present. I know I've already heard from Ted Blake, Sally Calhoun, Michael Daly, Sally Kearns, Michael Landers, Gina McCusker, and Paul Pollock. Also on the call are Steve Bartha, Jen Breaker, David Lane, our DPW director, is joining us this evening, Rodney Conley, our finance director, and Dan Bennett, the chairman of our Board of Selectmen. This is an open meeting of the Finance Committee. It is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th of this year, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded, so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation, unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Finance Committee is convening remotely via WebEx, as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that others may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by all supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. Before we turn to the first item on the agenda, let me cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of business to ensure accurate meeting minutes. After the introduction of each warrant article, the chair will invite each member to share remarks or questions down the line, inviting them each by name. Please wait until your name is called. Please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. For items with public comment, we have established a phone number and email address for public comment, 978-777-0001 and press 2, or public comments at danversma.gov. This phone number and email address is also posted with the agenda and shown online with the streaming of this meeting. Residents are asked to email comments, and they will be provided to myself and read aloud after staff has confirmed the name and address. Having said that, we'll move into the first part of the warrant, which is the special town meeting. Before we move into it, I just want to mention that on our warrant, it indicates that the special town meeting and the town meeting will be held on June 15th. At their meeting on Tuesday, the selectmen moved the date of the town meeting, and it will now be held at Danvers High School on June 22nd. So if we could, Steve, we can move right into Article 1, unpaid bills of the special town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You identified one of the changes to the document that's before you. There are a couple of other small adjustments that were made as part of the Selectmen's review on Tuesday. Those adjustments will be reflected in the final draft that goes out to town meeting members, and I can note those changes when we come to them as part of our review tonight. But I will start with, we have 3 articles scheduled for the special town meeting that occurs within the annual town meeting. The first is a standing article for the payment of unpaid bills from the prior fiscal year. These bills require by law a 9/10 vote from town meeting to be appropriated. There are 4 listed in your warrant. There is a 5th bill that was discussed at the Selectmen's meeting on Tuesday, but was not known to us until after those documents were printed and mailed. So the first four, which you see, there's an $82 bill to WB Mason, a $71 bill from our land use department for biomarine, a $2,400 and change bill from our health division for goose control by the waterfront, a $67.50 bill related to our due to KP Law as part of our cable renewal for last year. The one that's not reflected there is a $245 bill out of the police general services budget for office supplies to quill.com. So again, these are, we have a hard line. We encourage our vendors to get us their invoices by a date certain, because by law we can't pay bills that come in after a certain point in the next fiscal year. So these require special attention from town meeting in order to be paid.
Thank you. Sally Kearns, any questions?
I actually do. Just quickly, what is the nature of the pest control that Atlantic Goose Management does?
I wish Peter Morandi were with us tonight. He would go on for probably 15 minutes about the different ways we can manage geese. I can't tell you specifically. I know that when we talk about goose control, we talk about everything from contracting with a person and a German Shepherd who patrol the beach to scare them off. Peter talked at length in years past about grape Kool-Aid sprayed in the grass near the waterfront can be a great deterrent for geese. So it's a number of different things. I don't have the detail, but we have a couple of different methods we use to keep geese away from the parks and the beaches.
There's nothing toxic.
I don't believe so, and I can confirm that with Mark Carleo, and we can send out an email after the fact.
Thank you.
You could probably find out during the meeting tonight, actually, and I can report to you.
Thank you.
Paul Pollock?
Steve, on the fifth, yes, this is Paul Pollock. The fifth item, could you restate that fifth item, and are we voting on that tonight also? You said yes?
You will be, and that will be reflected in the warrants that go out to town meeting. It's $245 and some change, but we'll round it to $1, and it was a bill that the police department sent. It was an invoice from Quill to our police department that we received after the deadline, which meant that it couldn't be paid out of last year's fund, so it needs to be paid at town meeting.
Okay, all set. Thank you.
Yep.
Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thanks, Ted. Michael Daly?
All set.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker?
No questions, thanks.
Thanks, Gina. Michael Anders?
No, all set. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And Sally Calhoun?
No questions. No questions, thank you.
Great, thank you. I have a motion from Sally Calhoun and a second from Mike Landers to move the article. Jen, if you could open up the call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Article 2, Steve?
Article 2 is another standing article. This is budget transfers that need to be made prior to the end of the fiscal year so that we can close the books with every account in the black. So the first two here, the large ones, the $596,000 and the $80,000, both of those are related to the issue we discussed with the schools during the budget presentation, having to do with the out-of-district special ed costs that we incurred mid-year this year in FY20. And as we talked about, the main source here is we underspent our debt account this year, and we talked a little bit about the couple of reasons why that is. I think both the timing of the debt last year and the upgrade to our credit allowed us to come in well below what we had budgeted for the first round of Smith school debt. So we are we're proposing to use the surplus in that account as well as the remaining balance in one of our old stabilization accounts that is rarely used at this point, the education stabilization account. Combined, that represents $677,000, which is the cost that we need to incur in the current year related to those special ed costs. And essentially the domino effect that this transfer does, if not for this transfer, we would have to deplete most of our circuit breaker reimbursement from the state, which is in its own account, to close this year in the black, which would put us in a position next year of needing an unaffordable increase to cover the full or the majority of the cost next year. So by using the surplus from this year's budget to close the books this year, it leaves our circuit breaker account untouched, which means we can offset part of the FY21 impact using that, along with the roughly $400,000 increase in the school budget, which will carry us into FY22 when we will have a higher reimbursement rate based on these new expenses. So we had talked last week, there's really kind of a 3 fiscal year approach to smoothing out the spike we're incurring in special ed. And of course, we're hoping, as we discussed last week, that I think Mr. Taverna said they've identified for these 10 students a handful of in-district programs that may work for them, and they're working with those families now to try to bring them back in district. So the first two are related to the special ed costs. The $7,000 and $3,000. These are more typical of what we see in terms of what we may not have anticipated at the beginning of the year. And then the last one I would note, we talked during the public works budget. There's a sizable increase in the chemical line for the water treatment at the plant next year. And those costs started to incur this year. So we're proposing to transfer out of salaries and into operating to cover the chemicals we had to buy this year. And then, of course, the budget includes an increase for next year there. So I would be happy to take questions on these.
Okay, Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. So, Steve, will these items come out of the fiscal 20 budget or out of fiscal 21?
That's a good question. These will come, and I should have started with that. These come out of the fiscal year 20 budget. So we're essentially transferring money within the budget so that all of our accounts will close in balance. So there's no FY21 impact with these changes.
Thank you. And my other question had to do with the, with those out of district placements, to ask about what school department has done to anticipate or deal with these expenses in fiscal 21. And as you said, they're working with the families to try to see if they can pull some of those out of district placements back within the district. But what I can't recall what we did in the budget for out of district placements. So we budgeted for.
So yeah, the budget increase in FY21 related to these students is $400,000. We will also be using the increase next year would have been larger than that if we weren't using circuit breaker. So the same way that we use debt stabilization to offset some of our debt costs, they use their circuit breaker to offset some of their special ed costs. So it's essentially like a non-tax revenue, for lack of a better term. So we're able to use the budget increase as well as some of the circuit breaker funds to smooth that budget increase. Otherwise, it would it could be $1 million increase in the budget next year for those expenses alone. And that's part of the reason the circuit breaker exists, is to allow you to smooth those costs out. But because the reimbursements are a year in arrears, the reimbursements we're receiving from the state this year are for last year's special ed costs. So this is really the perfect storm this year because we've incurred a lot of new costs. The circuit breaker reimbursement we have on hand is from last year's lower expense. So it's the use of the surplus in debt this year that allows us to position ourselves next year not to have to take the full hit on the chin in the operating budget.
Well, I guess my concern is that these amounts that we're paying in this by budget transfers at the end of a fiscal year, it's almost $700,000. And as you said, the school budget for fiscal 21 has budgeted, what did you say, $400,000 for out of district?
Yeah, 400,000 of their increase is related to this.
I just concerned that they haven't budgeted sufficiently for this type of expense in fiscal 21.
Well,
I'm sorry, can I interrupt?
Yes.
So last year in the school budget, we added, was it 3 or 4 special ed teachers to help care for these families that you're talking about that they're trying to bring back into the school system? So for the FY20 school year, the public schools added much more resources to the special ed program. Steve is saying the reimbursements that fell short were for FY19. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're always about a year in arrears in getting our reimbursement.
I think that's the disconnect.
Because you feel it's already been adjusted for in fiscal 20.
So when we set the budget for fiscal year 20 last year, we had a certain number of students in district with IEPs, and we had 57 students who were receiving current services out of district with IEPs. And we know the tuition for those placements can range from $16,000 to north of $250,000, depending on the program. So our budget had, I believe the school budget, and I do wish Keith DeVerner were here to correct me, but I think roughly $4.5 million is what we had in the FY20 budget for those 57 out of school placements. After the budget was set and the school year started, we either kids moving into our district or current Danvers students who were given an IEP, that number went from 57 to 67, which was a significant increase. And those 10 students required, $1.5 million in out of district tuition, so an average of $150,000 per placement. So that's a prorated expense, of course, because they weren't necessarily receiving those services on day one. But at some point in FY20, they started to receive those services, which created a sizable budget hole, which is what we're closing right now in the current year. Those kids will be with us next year, so those costs are real next year. And the reason the circuit breaker funds are there is to account for those things. But because we're in a 1-year delay, this is the tough year, because next year's reimbursement will be much higher than last year's, because those students are now receiving those services. So it will smooth itself out over time, and we're caught right now in that. Closing out the first year and going into the second year is when the lag hurts, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Mike Landers?
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to get my head around is, in terms of using the debt budget as a portion of this, so we had budgeted last year $6.89 million for overall for debt service, assuming that the numbers between principal and interest and the budgeted amount are somewhat similar. That means that we would have budgeted somewhere in the range of 3.7 million in principal. And what this would seem to show is that we somehow reduced our principal payments down by over $600,000. So roughly 20% or 15%, I guess, reduction.
I could have Rodney jump in and talk a little bit about the timing. Based on the timing of the debt, you may also miss a year of interest payment. So I would want Rodney to speak to the savings in that account.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, solely related to the timing. When we built the 20 budget, it was assuming that we may go out end of spring, which would mean principal and interest payments. Since we actually didn't issue the bond until August, we didn't have the first principal payment. So that saved us $755,000 right there by only having to make interest payments in FY20.
Okay. And then I guess the second question from that is that if we did not have to make this sort of extraordinary payment under Article 2, would that money have gone into the free cash?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Gina?
No, Steve answered my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Michael Daly?
Yeah, I believe everything has been said that I would ask, so I'm all set.
Thank you. Ted Blake?
Steve, I just wanted to clarify. Did I hear you say that the average cost of those 10 students was $150K and that wasn't for the full academic year?
No, the full impact, that's not the prorated, that would be the full.
Okay.
The annualized cost would be 1.5. So we're dealing with only a portion right here.
Okay.
Yeah, some of the costs are staggering in these accounts.
So those 10 students, those are well above the average cost for an out of district placement.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ted. Paul Pollock.
I'm all set, CR. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Sally Kearns.
Yes, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, Steve, you said that the reimbursement next year will be much higher. Why is that, do you think?
The reimbursement functions a little bit like the Chapter 115 benefits for veterans. So if you spend $100, you get $75 back. So if our budget for special ed is 4.5 million, the circuit breaker is calculated based on that number. If your new number is 6 million, you're going to get a higher reimbursement rate back because you're spending more. So your reimbursement is tied to your dollar spent. It's a percent of what you spend. So if we spent 4 million last year, we're going to be getting reimbursement for that this year, but our cost of this year could go up, which means that number would cover a smaller portion of your. So if our special ed costs drop next year, our circuit breaker would cover an even larger portion of the expense. It really fluctuates from year to year. And I want to note, I mean, when Keith and Lisa brought this to us in the spring, they noted that the number had been close to 70 10 years ago. And they've worked aggressively to try to get families aligned with, the goal is always to get somebody served in district. There are some programs we simply don't offer that kids need, but I would expect that number, knock on wood, I think they'll to see that come down again. 57 has been a pretty stable number for us for a while, so this is an aberration this year.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to back to Ted Blake for a follow-up question. Ted?
One question. Where can I see the circuit breaker revenue from last year and this year's?
I'm going to let Rodney jump back in.
It's posted on the DESI website. I'm not sure if it's in the actual school budget. I can reach out to Keith. But
Okay.
DESI, for those watching, being the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, which is the state agency that oversees our local schools.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. I have a motion from Paul Pollock to move the article, seconded by Michael Daly. Jen, if you could unmute us all for the vote, please. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 3, the State Public Works Grant. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a word tucked into this year's article that isn't normally there. We received letters in January from the state telling us what our formulaic Chapter 90 funding would look like this year. And then the pandemic started. So the state hasn't actually issued its bonds yet to fulfill the promises for those letters. Given the timing of the town meeting, the recommendation here is to authorize the town to spend the amount that is promised in the letter. Obviously, if the state ends up pulling back on their $200 million Chapter 90 bond bill, our formula would generate a lower number, and we would plan our pavement program around that number. But this would at least allow us to be prepared for when the state issues those bonds.
Thanks, Steve. Sally Kearns? We might have lost Sally. We'll go to Paul Pollock.
Yes, the 894,704 is based on what we expect prior to the pandemic. Probably not a good question because you can't answer it, Steve. Any feeling for how drastically the budget cuts might affect us in this particular area, or is it just wild guessing?
Mike, I think that, so Dave could give us a dissertation on the history of Chapter 90. $200 million is the number that we see almost every year. Every year the MMA asks for $300 million, and every year the legislature appropriates $200 million. Because this is this is a bond and not a line item, it's probably less likely to be cut than other local aid lines, because this is going to get paid out over many years. And I think the state understands these funds put contractors to work across the Commonwealth. So, anything's possible. I think if there was going to be a year where it would be less than 200 million, I guess this would be it. But 200 million has been a pretty consistent number. Dave, I don't know if you recall during the last recession, if we saw a drop in 90 and then a rebound, or if it stayed pretty steady.
Just like Steve said, because it's borrowed money in the transportation bond bill, it has been stagnant for many years, and it brings, construction work to the Commonwealth. Those three factors, like Steve said, we can't envision them dropping it.
So basically, it stayed consistent through the 2008 to 10 timeframe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Added light to it. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's all I have, CR. Yeah.
Thank you. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thank you, Ted. Mike Daly?
No questions.
Thanks, Mike.
Maybe.
Gina McCusker?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Landers?
No, I'm good, thank you.
And Sally Calhoun?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. And I have a motion from Michael Daly, seconded by Gina McCusker, to move the article. If we could be unmuted for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. That completes the special town meeting warrant. Article 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 1 in the annual town meeting is the election of officers. At this time, I don't have the list. We will be sending that. I have last year's list. I received that today remotely from Ann Freitas, and I'll be sending that off to the chairman of the board either tomorrow or Monday, but we'll have that list prepared. The board will review it and circulate it ahead of the town meeting. This is an annual item where these individuals who serve in these mostly ceremonial, but a few of them do have some work requirements associated with them, but they're ratified at town meeting each year.
Thank you. And it's as my memory serves, we usually don't see the list ahead of time anyway. I think there's the sense of surprise at town meeting is something that we all look forward to. So I can't imagine there'll be any questions on this article, but I'll certainly, we want to open it up. I know we've got a motion from Sally Calhoun, seconded by Mike Daly, to move the article. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 2 is the budget, which we successfully spent 2 nights on last week. We don't need to do anything else with Article 2, and we can move on to Article 3, the electric division budget. So Steve, and I imagine Dave Lane, I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, I'll have Dave Lane provide an overview of the calendar year 20 electric budget, and then we'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. On our electric division budget, which was prepared at the end of last year in preparation for this, the first thing we need to talk about is our sales, which at that time we had already budgeted our sales very flat. They've been very flat for a number of years. Our projected number is actually very close to what we actually sold in calendar year 18. We're going back to calendar year 18 and trying to match that number in our sales for calendar year 20. This is pretty standard across the industry, and these numbers were done before the current COVID crisis. What we've seen over the last few months, we've seen our residential use has ticked up a little bit. However, our commercial use has dropped quite a bit. So our numbers have dropped over the last couple months. It will be a big concern to watch this over the rest of the year in the summer. Right now we're doing fine, but we need to watch the trends for the rest of 20 to make sure our sales stay close to what we projected here. The next thing on the part of the revenues, our revenues from sales projected to be slightly above what they were last year for the revenues. We did do one rate adjustment. It was working with the MLB in January. Due to some revenue factors, we had to make a 7% adjustment to the basic rate. And then we've kept the power charge the same throughout this year, throughout the first 6 months, and we're hopeful to keep that the same through the second 6 months. The biggest change in our operating is line 421, which is the miscellaneous non-operating income. For the past 3 years, we've had significant sums in that account because we've been paying off the debt for the Seabrook plant, and we've been getting escrow payments back. We saw 3 million, 3.4 back in 17. We had 1.5 million last year. We're not projecting to get any escrow payments back, so that was a big drop in revenue. On the expense side of the budget, we've kept the depreciation expense at the same percentage level as previous years, the 3%. Under statute, we can change that from 3 to 5% to fund our capital program. Right now, we can stay at 3. There's some big projects coming up in the future, namely work at Station 42, our main substation, and replacement of the substation down behind the Liberty Tree Mall. We may have to change that in the next future or look at some borrowing. Right now, we can leave it at 3%. Our biggest projects for the year include designing the control house for Station 42, the first phase of that. We're working on our new work order and financial management system. Finally upgrade that to integrate with our business office. And we're doing the residential electric meter replacement program. Those are our 3 biggest capital projects this year, in addition to our normal maintenance ones that we do throughout the year. Lastly, we also are doing our 5 kV or 5,000 volt conductor replacement. That's the project that you saw that went up Center Street. We replaced those lines. Those are old, at many places, bare cables at the top of the pole. And we're going through and replacing those with new, stronger cable as far as our 5,000 volt system renewal. Very similar to what we did to our 23,000 volt system. Purchased power. Finally, we get to some good news, and it looks like the power for this year in 20 will cost us a little bit less than what it did in 19, which is good. We're currently negotiating a number of power contracts right now, both regular ones and ones for renewable. The biggest new renewable contract that we've just signed up for is out in Palmer, Massachusetts, and that is a waste wood plant that burns waste wood, and they call it a biomass plant, and generates electricity out in Palmer, Massachusetts. And it came in it was renewable at a very good rate. One of the last things I wanted to mention was just we did make a minor adjustment to the pilot for the town. The pilot payment to the town had not been changed since 1995. We looked at industry standard regulations and worked with the town manager and put together a 5-year program. This will be the first year of making incremental increases to that pilot payment. And so that will increase this year, budgeting at $963,000, where it was $770,000. And that's a quick overview. I'd be glad to take questions.
And Mr. Chairman, the one thing I'd add to what David said is just to note that we talk a lot about pension and our retirement costs. The Municipal Light Board did authorize last year a second sizable payment to buy down their unfunded liability. So some years ago, they made a $5 million payment out of reserves to buy down close to half of their unfunded liability. They made a $4.1 million payment within the last year or so to buy down the remainder of their liability. So moving forward, the only unfunded liability they'll have will be due to any market fluctuations up and down. And that those 2 investments are going to manifest themselves into savings moving forward. So the electric department is basically fully funded now in its pension, whereas the town still has another 15 or 16 years to go.
Thank you. Sally Kearns.
Me or Sally? I can't hear you, Sierra.
I'm sorry, Sally Kearns. You, yes.
That would be me. Thank you, David. Good to hear that the biomass project in Palmer has been added. What's the total percentage of the portfolio that is renewable. Yeah, renewables, all of them, solar, all of them.
Yeah, so we have 3 different categories of those. The first category that they monitor for us is the non-carbon, or what they call the clean energy. They include nuclear in that. 55% of our portfolio is in that. We have 6% of our portfolio, which is in solar and wind. And we have 8% in hydro. In addition to that, the Palmer will represent 12%.
Sorry, 55, 6, 12. What were the others?
Hydro is 8,
Yeah,
and Palmer is 12. Palmer biomass.
I had that. So, is there a plan? I don't know if Electric Light does a strategic plan, but to be more aggressive in reducing our reliance or the landfill, which is a methane. So am I barking up the wrong tree here?
Nope, you're not. We talked with the selectmen about the landfill project. Unfortunately, we don't produce enough methane to be able to generate electricity. We barely produce enough methane to keep one little flare going up there. However, we are working with the town manager and the selectmen to actually fill the empty spot at the landfill with some soil that we'll get revenue from, create a flat spot, and be able to put a solar farm on that. We're looking at solar there. We're looking at solar at Smith School. Smith School's been designed to augment solar. And so we're looking all over town for different places to do solar. And we continue to do net metering projects with our customers here in town. The last one of those we did was up at Cherry Hill at one of the industrial facilities up at Cherry Hill Park. And then out in the market, just like biomass, we're always researching. We have good connections to see what's available and what we can take advantage of. Right now, as far as our other contracts that are coming up, we're looking at more short-term renewal of those contracts, say 5 years, so that we can keep options open for other renewable projects that can come available.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And last question. I saw where a neighboring community got a grant. I want to say it was from Volkswagen for an electric school bus. And I wondered if perhaps you guys could kind of put that in the idea box and pursue it and see if, will that funding exist a year or two from now? Who knows? But it's been on in my notes when I get ready for, upcoming town meeting.
Sure, it's already in our list to look at the school buses and our large electric division line trucks. We're looking to get one of those, perhaps electric, through a grant. We did get one of the quote-unquote Volkswagen grants that helped with our new charging stations that are at the Hobart Street Town Hall and the Elm Street parking lot. We got the first grant to assist with those.
Well
so it's in the toolbox already.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul Pollock.
Hi, Dave. Paul Pollock here. As far as nuclear is concerned, do you have the exact percentage on nuclear or close to it? Just curious, because I don't think I saw a pie chart this year. Maybe wasn't sure.
Yeah, so nuclear is going to be right around 40%.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Now, do you see long range? Is that coming out of Seabrook primarily?
Mostly out of Seabrook. We also are a part owner of Millstone.
Okay, all right. Now,
So,
you see,
and I guess one of our latest or last solar contracts that we did a solar contract, and we needed it to be around the clock. So what we did is we bought a solar contract, and whenever the solar panels can't produce, they augment it with a little bit of nuclear. So a unique contract. That was the last solar one we did. So we could get around the clock power. However, when the sun's out, we get sun. When the sun goes away, we get nuclear.
okay, maybe not a fair question, but just curious. How do you see the future of nuclear down the road as we move into the next 10, 20 years?
Well, right now we're an owner of Seabrook and Millstone, so we're connected to those. So as long as the operational charges of those keep it vibrant, will be part of that, and we'll continue to do that. The
Mhm.
operational costs of nuclear is getting more expensive. Right now, there's some natural gas power that's less expensive than nuclear for the first time in many, many years. We're an owner, we're going to stay with it until, as long as those plants are running. And it looks like Seabrook's licensing has gone through, so they're going to be there for another 20 years with us.
Oh, okay, all right. And the Smith School, you mentioned, I think you said solar panels, is that correct?
Yes, we've designed the school to allow for solar panels to be put on the roof. We would do a Danvers Electric agreement with the town in the future if we actually want to put the panels up there.
Right, now, is that strictly for the electrical needs, the power needs for the school, or does that go back to the town in some way and the residents can benefit?
We're doing an analysis right now on how many panels and how efficient the panels can be that we put on the top. If we can put enough panels up there that generate more power than the school uses and it's cost effective, we'll do that and be able to push some power out on the grid. That would be the first choice. Second choice would just be panels that would augment the school's use.
Excellent. All right, and the last question, informational question is, you're increasing the pilot contribution this year, correct? And
Correct.
And you've developed a 5-year program is that going to be increased every year, or is that going to be flat for the next 5 years?
Well, it's proposed to be a modest increase in the next 4 years. We'll have to evaluate that with the town manager each year.
All right, thank you very much. That answers my questions. Thank you, CR.
Thank you, Paul. Ted?
David, I guess, can you frame how much like aggregate usage has dropped below forecast?
We're just getting those numbers in now. By town meeting, I'm going to know. My staff is putting those together. It's not a giant number yet because we're catching up. We're kind of like a month behind on what we can on the numbers coming in. So we didn't see a drastic drop yet, but we expect in the next week or so, I'm going to see a drastic drop when the new numbers come in. Yes, I need to really stay tuned for another month.
Yeah, okay. I suppose that's what I'll do. That's fine. That's it.
Thanks, Ted. Michael Daly?
Yes, good evening, David. Going through the electric budget is always a shocking experience every year. But on page 39, item 933, transportation. That seems to have increased substantially. Can you explain that? From 61,000 up to 105?
We can get it. Page 39.
39, yes. First item of 933, transportation.
1 second, please. So transportation is going to include the gasoline and diesel that we buy. So that when we did the budget, there was a modest increase in the gasoline and the diesel fuel that when we did the budget. Since that time, prices have dropped. So we're hoping to be less than that number.
Yeah, okay, good, yeah. Maintenance of general plant, 935. That went from 191 to 398.
So the general plant is going to be, obviously all of our utilities, which the biggest increase we saw there was natural gas. We did have a blip in our hazardous waste removal, cleaning up oil that we have to get rid of from transformers and that such during the year. And we also had a blip in contract cleaning, which we saw in our tax side budget also. Those are the three primary drivers. But there's a whole list of our normal, gas, oil, water, all that stuff. Those are the three drivers to make that increase.
Wow. Okay, you're going to use the electrical budget, which you have a substantial, 21+ million in to cover this?
So right now, the budget is, rates will cover the budget if we get sales in. If we do not hit our sales numbers, we'll have to look at the surplus to help cover it. The surpluses have dropped. It's not 21 million anymore, especially where we've just recently made that other retirement contribution. We looked at that, so we've dropped that quite a bit with the $4 million change contribution towards retirement.
Okay, and one more, natural gas is under 935. I went from like 13,000 to 122.
In the number on that?
If I'm reading it right, it went from 935.
Yeah, so
It went from 13,000 to 122,000?
let me check on that one and get right back to you on that.
Okay, that's mainly my question, though. 41 was the Station 42 upgrade, I understand that. One of those thing, I don't know if you're the man or not, but do we still have the rebate program for buying appliances?
Yes, we do. So we have the appliances, the rebate, which is continued. We just did an upgrade of that about 6 months ago. There are also the latest plans that we're going to be putting out as far as our peak savings program this year is the thermostats that you can control and the automatic devices for your home that you can control. Do peak savings, rebates on those.
All right. I bought 2 new refrigerators that replaced a 35 and a 38-year-old one last year. Put in all the paperwork, all the energy guides and everything. Haven't heard anything. About a month or so ago, a couple months ago, I called somebody. They told me his name was Jeff. I didn't get his last name. I left a message for him, and still nothing.
I'll be glad to follow up on that for you.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Mike. Gina?
Some of my questions have been answered. I guess my only concern is if we continue to have shutdowns and the commercial revenue drops significantly over the next, say, 12 months, does that threaten the residential rates? When would be the next time that rates would be reset?
So with power costs dropping, that's helping, keeping the rates low. Just like was previously discussed, we do have a lot of money in the bank. We still have, well over $10 million in which is actually called a rate stabilization fund. That's available so that we could use a piece of that money in an emergency like we have right now to get us through this period, especially if we saw that we were going to need to get through 6 months and then get back to normal. That's a very good use of that rate money that we've put aside many years ago for rate stabilization. That's what it's for. So we would have the choice of doing that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I would like to just offer a little context too, because I think we often look at the funds on hand for the electric, and it's not an apples to apples comparison to look at, for example, the general fund. So for our policy in the general fund is to keep anywhere from 8 to 12% of our general operating revenue on hand. In the electric world, because of the volatility of both the pricing market and weather dependency, some of the policies that you see in place may be 250 days of cash on hand, which if you were to translate into a percentage of the budget would be more than 50% of your operating budget. So to having $10 million in reserves on a $40 million budget, 25% seems very high when you compare it to a general fund, but it's actually not very high when you compare it to what is out there in terms of municipal electric. So I just want to make that note.
That makes sense.
Okay, we're going to, at his request, forego any questions from Mike Landers as a electric light commissioner. He's going to abstain from the vote and move on to Sally Calhoun. Sally.
Thank you. Dave, it's nice to see you. When you were talking about projects for the coming year, did you mention residential meters?
Yes, with our meters that we put in approximately 7 years ago now, we found that the regular residential meters had a manufacturing defect in them. So what we did is we had a settlement with the company we bought them from for them to replace the meters. So they've given us brand new meters to put in. We're going through an installation program with our staff right now. We've just started it. We're not even quite 10% into it. And we'll be replacing those meters with mostly Danvers Electric staff with some temporary help helping us to replace them all.
Thank you. I was wondering about capital expenses. Can I ask those questions now, or is that going to come up?
Absolutely now. Yep.
So on page 40 of the budget, it lists various capital expenses, but also on page 35 of our budget, there's a listing of capital outlay that includes electric. One of the items is a digger derrick for $280,000.
Correct.
What is that?
So the digger derrick is the crane truck that actually sets the poles. You'll see it. It's the one that has a claw to hold the pole and a drill on it to drill holes and put the poles in.
So is there's some types of equipment you just need for certain periods of time. You don't need to buy it for always and ever. Are you replacing poles frequently, or is that like a town-wide project and then it's going to be over? I mean, it's just a very expensive item in this particular year.
Part of our standard operation, we're replacing old worn poles and putting new poles in every year. And then whenever we get into an emergency situation where we have weather or a car accident, usually the pole's broken, we have to replace it. The digger derrick, it's a critical piece of equipment that we have to have.
Is it replacing an existing?
This is yeah, we actually have this is our older one. We have two. So this one's maybe it's 15 years old already. And so this is our older one. We have 2 units. Years ago, we only had one. I'm going back 10 years. We only had one of these units, and we used to have to borrow one from another town at times. So a utility our size, we need 2 of these digger derricks.
Okay. 2 other items are, it's just hard for me to line up page 35 and page 40, and I know they don't have to, but looks like 2 new vehicles as well.
Yes, yep, 2, there's just a pickup truck and then an SUV engineering vehicle.
And what would the SUV be for?
We're looking at a plug-in hybrid vehicle, like a Ford Escape that we can charge and use it. It'd be our second electric vehicle. So it'd be one plug-in to charge it, but yet it would have a small gasoline engine as a backup.
Again, both of these vehicles replacing old ones that you already have that you need to replace?
Correct. Those would be traded in.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Dave, I just have one question that I just thought of when Sally asked about the digger derrick. How much does a telephone pole cost?
I believe they're between $600 and $1,000. I just sent a checks to confirm that.
Okay, no, that's fine. That is a satisfactory estimate from my knowledge. I was just curious as to what they cost.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. Last time we buy them like bunches of 50. I'm trying to do the math in my head.
Thank you. That's fine. I don't have any other questions. I have a motion from Gina McCusker, seconded by Mike Daly, to move the electric division budget. And I just want to note for the record that Mike Landers is abstaining from the vote. And if we could have us all unmuted. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 4. The Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical District Assessment. So on Tuesday, for those of you who may have not watched the selectmen's meeting, the selectmen modified the amount of the warrant article down to $2,980,268, mirroring cuts, I believe, that that the town of Danvers has made in their general government budget. And I'm going to turn things over to the chairman of the Board of Selectmen to walk us through their process. And when we come back, I'll probably be looking for an amendment first to the warrant article, and a vote on the amendment, and then voting on the article. So, Mr. Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finance Committee members, last week we listened to the Finance Committee hearing along with Gardner, and we heard the concerns raised about the Essex Tech budget proposal, which represents a 4.84% increase over last year, includes a number of discretionary expenditures. The three main concerns we heard were, since the COVID-19 pandemic hit Massachusetts in mid-March, the Tech has made no adjustments to their budget, whereas the town of Danvers eliminated nearly 50% of its proposed spending increase. Number two, in their proposed budget, the Tech is proposing to use all of its certified excess and deficiency funding, more than $1.1 million, on a capital project instead of offsetting assessments, has been past practice. When the superintendent was asked to describe potential budget reductions, she aligned any reduction to loss of state aid and not to assessment relief, meaning if their state aid is unchanged, they do not plan to make any budget adjustments. After the FinCom meeting, I asked the manager to calculate what our Tech assessment would look like if they'd come before us with budget reductions and revised spending that mirrored our own town revised budget, which is a 1.96% increase. Recognizing that the bulk of our increase assessment is attributable to the spike in Danvers enrollment, roughly 155 to 182 students, linked to the admissions decisions the school made in April 2019. The answer is that the $3.085 million assessment would have become $2,980,268, a reduction of $105,000. Therefore, we voted to recommend this amount to the Finance Committee and town meeting, and also amended our budget vote to increase the Finance Committee reserve by $105,000 to $230,000. Because if the Tech chooses not to make adjustments, we will still be statutorily obligated to pay the full assessment at some point. At that time, remaining funds could be appropriated by a vote of the Finance Committee rather than the full town meeting. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Sally Calhoun.
Could you explain again how you calculated to the 298 figure? The 2,980,000 figure?
Their budget increase was 4.8 something. We reduced ours to 1.96, and if they had reduced theirs proportionally, that would became the 105,000. So it just mirrors what we did.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely support this idea. As I don't think I've been shy about some of my issues that I have with a number of stuff that's going on there, but I think that the chairman of the Board of Selectmen articulated very well the primary concerns, and my hope is that this will prompt some action on their board to make the necessary changes and to become in line with the rest of the communities who are members of that district. So thank you.
Thank you. Gina McCusker.
I also applaud the selectmen for coming up with a logic to alter this funding. It's frustrating to talk to our Danvers Public Schools committee and find that they could educate those kids for half the cost. Granted, vocational education is extremely important right now. It just feels frustrating that we are not, the town of Danvers doesn't feel represented on the Essex Tech Committee. I wonder if that could be changed in the future to help control their costs, because we seem to have no say in how money is spent on our students. So I fully support the adjustment made by the selectmen, and thank you, Mr. Bennett, for explaining the change.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Daly.
I'd also like to thank Mr. Bennett. I understand exactly what he's saying, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Ted Blake.
I just want to second what Gina and Mike said and leave it at that.
Thank you. Paul Pollock.
Yeah, I think, hello, Dan.
Hello, Paul.
I support what we're discussing. I just want to have it maybe made a little more clear to me. All right. Now you're talking about withholding $105,000 and putting it in the FinCom account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now
Reserve account.
the reserve account. All right. Regarding the Article 4 right now, are you asking us to vote no on this or table it? What is the?
No, I would ask you to amend the amount to the $2,980,268.
Okay, so
Then you need a
gonna-
separate vote to put the 105 into your reserve account.
right. So we're going to amend it, vote on the amendment, and then move it forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, so we're one town out of, I believe, 17, give or take.
Yep.
Where does it go beyond us? What
Paul,
can we
I can
actually?
answer that very easily, if I may.
Yeah.
If 1/3 of the communities vote to reduce their budget assessment, Tech has to do it. But it needs 1/3 of the members voting.
How many would that be? 5, 6?
7, I think. It's
Okay.
21 communities.
Is
Because
there
it's
any?
3 votes of the agricultural piece.
Right. Do we have any idea of if any other communities have taken an action like we're about to take?
Personally, I don't know, but the managers told me there's some discussion among some communities. EBD may be in favor of this.
Right.
But I don't know where they are in their budget process.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I'm in favor of what we're about to do. I was very disappointed that there had been no attempt, at least that's the word I will use now, to revise that budget under the present existing financial situation that the Commonwealth is going to be in, and probably every city and town in the Commonwealth. So I'll leave it at that and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Sally Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad that the Board of Select People decided to take an action. It will be largely, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhat symbolic, if, for instance, no other towns join us. I respect what they do at the Tech. There is no question it's a wonderful facility, tremendous program. We are headed into a real budget storm, a revenue drop-off that will be brutal. So I had a little bit of a hard time with a presentation that said repeatedly, we just don't know. No, we kind of do know. We know that there'll be precipitous drops in revenue. That is not to say that I wouldn't try very hard to help. So I just want to understand the mechanics of what we're doing here, though. So even though it says here, are we going to rewrite any language that reduces the 3,085,000 by 105,000? Whatever.
May I jump in for one moment?
Please.
So part of the issue right now, the chair mentioned that there was an amendment required, and the reason for that is typically this document, had we not been holding these hearings 2 days apart, you would have received a document with the selectman's number in it. So although the number in your document that you have is 3,085,000, by vote of the selectmen on Tuesday, what that should read before you is 2.98. So you would be you would be recommending the selectmen's you would be recommending the selectmen's action if you see fit. So there's no, the document I have and the one that we'll mail out next week will reflect the correct number. So it was a timing issue in that regard, but there would be an amendment required of the budget vote that you took last week, but not on this one.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Ted Blake, seconded by Paul Pollock, to amend Article 4 as presented to us. If we could be unmuted for the vote, please. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? From Michael Daly, seconded by Gina McCusker, to approve Article 4 as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. If we could now turn our attention to Article 2, the budget. So we just decreased the assessment that was planned through that amendment. At this point, we need a motion to amend the Finance Committee reserve to $230,000. I have a motion from Sally Kearns, seconded by Sally Calhoun, to make that amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Moving on to Article 5, authorization of collector of taxes to act. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an annual article that requires a vote of the board, the Finance Committee, and the town meeting to authorize the treasurer collector to use the statutory tools laid out in Mass General Law to collect property taxes each year.
Thank you. Sally Kearns?
Yes, what is the array of, we've gone over this in the past, the measures that you can use or choose not to use. I would hope that we would be mindful of the climate that we're in and not be aggressive in pursuit of people who are struggling.
That's correct. And so the language identifies 4 of the main actions that are available. But in Joe's long career, he and his staff have done a very good job of working with taxpayers on payment plans. So we very rarely pursue properties through to the final step, which would be taking through tax title. We generally have payment plans that we work on with taxpayers. To a certain extent, our options are limited by what's in statute, which is to say that the interest rates on delinquent taxes are set by the state, not by the town. But Joe and his staff do have latitude in determining the timing of certain actions, and I think they've been very mindful over the decades of how to do that. And I think particularly right now, that would be the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul Pollock.
I have no questions here.
Thank you, Paul. Ted?
Questions?
Thank you. Mike Daly?
I have no questions, CR, but I have a minor glitch that a town meeting member once pointed out to me. In Article 2, we voted to amend and we accepted that. Now we have to have a main motion, I believe, to approve the new figure of 230,000, I think it
Well,
was. So we need, Mark, we need
the
another.
Board of Selectmen voted to amend their budget on Tuesday. So that essentially had been recommended to you guys. And so we can check if there's an additional vote required, we can take care of that at the special town meeting, but I believe we're all set.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we'll look into that though, Mike. That's a very technical question. I want to make sure we got that right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers?
No, I can just say from experience that Danvers is probably one of the fairer and least likely to take a tax taking and tax title maneuver all the way to the land court of just about any community. We've been very, very gracious towards delinquent taxpayers and always have worked very closely with them.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun.
I have no questions, thanks.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mike Daly, seconded by Sally Kearns, to move Article 5. If we could be unmuted, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 6, committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This article, each year, town meeting accepts the reports that historically had been handed out the night of town meeting, but in recent years, we've been mailing out in January. So the annual report that you and the town meeting members received in January requires a largely ceremonial vote at town meeting to accept as the report of the town.
Sally Calhoun,
Thanks.
Mike Landers, Gina McCusker.
No question.
Thank you. Mike Daly,
All set.
Ted Blake, Paul Pollock,
No questions.
and Sally Kearns.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ted Blake, seconded by Paul Pollock, to move Article 6. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Article 7, the technology plan. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. IT Director Colby Cousins stayed on the call with us tonight. And Articles 7 and 8 fall under his area of expertise. So I would defer to Colby to walk the committee through our technology plan. And then the next item is regarding data storage. So Colby, if you're on and unmuted, if you'd like to provide the overview.
Thanks, Steve. The technology plan this year requests an appropriation of $361,000 out of free cash. That's broken down into school, library, and general government requests. So the school request for $165,000 includes iMac desktop replacements, switching infrastructure, replacement storage for security video recording, and Chromebook charging stations. The library's request is $20,000. That includes laptops and tablets, software licensing, replacement of desktops and printers, and items and supplies for continued support of a makerspace program, and miscellaneous tech supplies. The general government request is $176,000. That includes security camera system upgrades, desktop and monitor replacements, server maintenance and upgrades, replacement of network switching equipment, and our Office 365 productivity suite. Any questions on this article?
Thank you for your presentation, Colby. We'll start with Sally Kearns.
Thank you, Colby. Just a question on the MacBooks and the iMac desktop replacements. How old are the Mac desktops? Where are you, Colby? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
How old are they?
They generally get pretty good useful life out of those machines. So they don't have to replace them until they're 7 or 8 years old in most circumstances. So normally we try and operate on a 5-year refresh cycle, but those iMacs are really stable and solid, and so we've been able to get a few extra years out of them on a regular basis.
Okay, and the Chromebooks, excuse me. I'm assuming that there was a need to get Chromebooks into the hands of students who might not have had equipment at home during the whole COVID, now in the past couple of months?
There's an aspect of that, but also in just our regular planning process, they're expanding the one-to-one program into the elementary schools. So some of the nicer Chromebooks we have, as they become a couple years old, we cascade them down into the elementary schools And these charging stations are in support of that program.
And how many new iMac desktop replacements will you get for $51,000?
I believe that's a lab of probably 20-ish computers.
And the Chromebook element is only for the charging stations, right?
Yeah, so Chromebooks are in the school budget. New Chromebooks are in the school budget, and some of the Chromebooks they have currently, they'll cascade those down to the elementary schools when they're replaced with the new ones.
Okay, and do we know how many laptops and tablets there are at the library, the Peabody Institute Library?
I am not sure exactly how many he has. I know he's looking to expand that program. I think he has a half a dozen or so now, and he's looking to expand them a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
No
Sally.
problem.
Paul Pollock.
I'm all set. Thank you, CR.
Thank you, Paul. Ted Blake.
All set.
Thank you, Ted. Michael Daly.
Yes, I'm all set.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And Sally Calhoun.
Just kind of the age-old question about why things are here in a warrant article as opposed to the department budgets. Stuff like, well, I hate to pick on the library, but in the library, miscellaneous technical supplies, software licensing stuff. I know we've kind of gone back and forth on this question over the years of whether things should be in warrant article or should be in the department budget. Any comment on that?
I think it's tough. A lot of the time we see just in the general business environment, we tend to see some type of translation from capital to operating models, as far as expenditures go. So sometimes the line gets blurred a little bit, but generally we try and keep capital requests into the tech warrant and ongoing operational requests in the operating budgets. One of the mechanisms we use that allows to blur that line a little bit is sometimes when we introduce something new, we'll introduce it into the tech warrant as it's a new purchase, and then later on we'll move the ongoing cost of that product out of the tech warrant and into the operating budget once in a year when there's room available and it makes sense to do.
Okay, thank you. I have no other question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sal. I have a motion from Ted Blake, seconded by Michael Daly, to move Article 7. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 8, data storage. Steve?
I'll turn it directly to Corby.
Sure. Article 8, data storage. This is a request for $120,000 from free cash, part of a multi-year plan to refresh data storage containing our software and data backups. So we started this year observing some signs of failure in the storage that holds our backup data. This is important storage, so we began some work on it right away, and this remaining $120,000 would allow us to finish out and complete that project. We like to keep our backup storage data separate from any of our production data. So in case the reason we need the backups is because of a problem with the production hardware, we like to keep that hardware separate. Any questions?
Sally Calhoun?
No, none, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Gina McCusker?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Michael Daly?
No questions.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thank you. Paul Pollock?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and Sally Kearns.
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Sally Kearns, seconded by Paul Pollock, to move Article 8. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 9, the school transportation vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discussed as part of the budget process last week, the Danvers Public Schools contract out for the majority of their busing, but they do have a small fleet of buses that they use for some of the specialty trips that would cost significantly more than daily bus route work. And we generally lease these we have a lease to purchase 3-year program. So this $30,000 appropriation represents the third year of a 3-year lease on a 77 passenger bus that the schools are using for some of those athletic events and special field trips and the like that they would otherwise have to pay a contract for.
Thank you. Sally Kearns.
I realize we're on Article 9, and I think we have 30, so I don't want to belabor this, but I am pretty interested in the whole idea of, is it better to own or to lease, lease to purchase? So maybe, is that something you could be looking at for next year? Because it could be a savings to perhaps buy more of them. I look at the tech, they must own 100 buses. And I just wonder, oh, well, maybe that is more fiscally sound.
David, I don't know if you want to speak briefly to that.
Sure. It's as far as the number of buses that we have. Obviously, that's up to the school to figure out whether it's better to hire bus drivers and have more buses. They definitely look at that each year, and the contract buses, I believe, is very economical. Whenever we do a lease to purchase, we do it. We have been doing it on the school buses, and we've done it on the street sweeper the last couple times. When it's a very difficult decision to do it, we only go lease to purchase if the terms are very good for us. Like, it essentially doesn't cost us any more money to do that, and it's a way to blend out the cost of it. That's the only time. That's what we've done it. If we look at it each time, and if it looked like the cost to lease was going to far exceed what the purchase cost would be, we would be recommending purchase.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul Pollock.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ted Blake.
Questions?
Thank you. Mike Daly.
No questions.
Thank you. Gina.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun.
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion from Sally Calhoun, seconded by Ted Blake, to move Article 9. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 10, Steve.
Article 10 is introduced here. This is related to a change in Mass General Law as part of the Municipal Modernization Act a couple of years ago. And I'm going to ask Rodney to unmute himself and walk the committee through what this is.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a new article this year, but it'll be an article we'll see moving forward. So based on municipal modernization, it changed the way we view lease to purchase agreements. So essentially it becomes a binding agreement, just like you would if you went out to borrow for an item. So anytime we have a lease to purchase, we need to get a Board of Selectmen recommendation as well as a town meeting vote, just like we would if we were to borrow money. We only need to authorize the first year. So for example, this year we only have one item. It's Chromebooks from the school department. So you'll see the maximum term, which is a 4-year lease. And the appropriation is the FY 2021 operating. So if it had a separate authorization, we would make that as part of this. But normally these would have another funding source, not just within the article, whether it's operating or free cash, etc. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rodney. Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. So Rodney, is the expense for this is included within the school department budget that we've already approved?
Correct. It's a $100,000 per year lease for 1,000 Chromebooks.
Okay, so it's really just a new mechanism that the state has put in place for approval,
Correct.
et cetera. Okay, I've got no other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
No, nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Gina McCusker.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, you're saying the Chromebooks are a lease to purchase, meaning at the end of the lease, we own the Chromebooks?
That's correct. It's a 4-year lease, so it'll be $400,000 in total over 4 years for the 1,000 Chromebooks, and at that point, we would own the Chromebooks.
Do they have much life beyond 4 years?
I believe Keith Verner's mentioned that they kind of cycle them through, so there'll be a heavy use in the first 4 years, and I think they cycle them down to the lower grade levels at some point.
Okay, so when they no longer work, do we recycle them? Because they must wear out around 5 years, I would guess.
I believe they get more than 1 year off lease at the elementary level. But that's one we can report back on. I'm not sure whether there's a trade-in value on them or they go straight to recycling.
Right, I just remember we had one several years ago and it wore out after a year, so I was just curious. Okay, no other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Daly.
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake.
No questions.
Thanks, Ted. Paul Pollock.
I'm all set. Thank you, CR.
Thank you. And Sally Kearns.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Sally Kearns, seconded by Gina McCusker, to move Article 10. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 11, pavement management and sidewalk improvements.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're entering the David Lane portion of the warrant. I'll jump in on Articles 14 and 22 to give him a break. But otherwise, this is really David's area of expertise, and I would turn it over to him.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Dave.
Oh, yeah. All right, great. Thank you. Article 11, pavement management and sidewalk improvements, is the article that we use to fund paving and sidewalk repairs, which are too small to qualify for our Chapter 90 funding. They happen all over town. In addition to that, we do maintenance of roads, which would be our crack sealing program and our curbing repairs. This year, the one addition that we'd like to do out of this account is the updating of our ADA compliance plan with the state to do an analysis of how much we've done for ADA improvements, how many more we have left to do, and come up with a plan that meets state guidelines on doing those repairs. Every year we do more ADA improvements. We just need to show the state that we're on a curve getting them all repaired. We also have 2 big streets that need repairs. They're Cornell and Oberland. Those streets need extensive patching, and we're trying to hold those off until the water main will be replaced within the next 5 years.
Thank you. Sally Kearns, any questions?
No, all set, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Pollock.
I'm all set. Thank you, CR.
Thank you. Ted Blake.
Aye.
Thank you. Mike Daly.
Yeah, isn't this normally like $120,000 to $150,000 for crack sealing and paving? Have you combined two things that you're doing plus the ADA?
This article is varied from each year. It's gone from a low of, say, the high 200s, around 270, up over 400,000. Depending on available funds and projects, it varies in that amount.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Mike. Gina.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Mike Landers.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. David, it seems in the past, this article and maybe Article 12 often include the areas or the streets where you expect you'll be able to do work in the upcoming fiscal year. I might be misremembering that, but do you have any particular areas? I know you just mentioned Cornell and another street. Is there any other in particular that you're hoping to get done?
Those are the biggest patches out of this. There's an evaluation going on right now about where else this money will need to be spent based on need. In addition to this, excuse me, we have a list of streets that is coming out right now for our spring paving on Chapter 90. That includes Ledgewood Drive, some of the Orchard neighborhood, and those streets. But right now, Cortland and Oberlin, those are the only definite ones that we know we have to do. And the others, we have a list we're trying to prioritize. Obviously, we have more than what we need here. We're trying to get through which ones we can, which ones have to be done.
Got it. Thank you.
And I guess back to Mr. Pollock, years ago, we used to have a separate ADA article. It was on the order of $25,000 to $30,000, a separate article that would do ADA improvements each year. So probably 10, 15 years ago, that was combined into this article.
Thank you, Dave. I have a motion from Gina McCusker, seconded by Paul Pollock, to move Article 11. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 12. Dave?
Article 12 is an article. Sometimes there's two. We have roadway layout acceptance of public ways to do the plans, which costs money. This is to put the survey plans together to prepare a road for town meeting and to accept. We did not fund any money to prepare roads for acceptance last year. This year, we proposed a list of streets. We have 6 streets that we'd like the town to consider funding to do the survey and let us do the documentation to bring it before town meeting for acceptance. The 6 streets we have in mind, and you can run around town and look where they are, include Sunset Avenue, Brook Circle, Cordova Drive, Vineyard Street, which was a surprise, West Wind Road, and Avon Road. All of these, once they're accepted, then they go on our Chapter 90 allotment and increase that state aid. So this would be, we would request $18,000 appropriated so that we can get these streets surveyed and prepared to bring back before the town for acceptance.
Thank you, Dave. Sally Calhoun?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Gina McCusker?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Daly?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Ted Blake?
So if I understand correctly, by surveying them and accepting them, that gets added into the sort of miles of roadway that the state uses to give you Chapter 90 funding?
That's absolutely correct. Yep. Yeah, our
Okay.
Chapter 90 funding is based on how many miles of road we have, partially.
Understood. Gotcha. All good.
Thanks, Ted. Paul Pollock?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Kearns?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Sally Calhoun, seconded by Mike Daly, to move Article 12. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. I think we had some of the Blake children also approving that article.
You
Article
did.
13, maintenance dredging. Dave? Article
So-
13.
Maintenance dredging falls mostly under the under planning and the land use and recreation. However, it's an ongoing program that we've done for many years, preparing for the next time when the town can do dredging of the river.
Thank you. Sally Kearns?
I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Pollock?
No questions, thank you.
Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thank you. Mike Daly?
David, do you anticipate a couple of the people along the waterfront to piggyback with the town on this project?
So when we did the dredging last time, we offered the abutters to the project to join on our permit. They could go through the permit process, which saved the property owners permit fees because they could join into our project to do that. They still had to pay for the dredging in front of their properties. However, we saved them a lot on the engineering, which we all know is a big chunk of the cost. I would imagine the town would look into doing that again, to have them, piggyback on the engineering and design. So it's all one project.
That's fine. Thank you. No more.
Thank you, Mike. Gina?
Does the dredging include in front of Sandy Beach?
So it does, however, the dredging at Sandy Beach is way out from shore. out, the dredging is only the boat channel, which is right out kind of in the middle, but in front of Sandy Beach. So we wouldn't be able to do it up to the beach. That area has never been dredged, so it would not be allowed.
Okay. I mean, that's another conversation that beach needs a lot of work to make it functional. But I suppose dredging is not the answer.
Yeah, we all know, like, we have our little line item for beach sand. We can put a little bit of sand on the beach. However, we all know if a low tide, you walk in there's mud. And environmentally, we need it to stay mud. We would not be able to get permit to change it.
Can we not change that into more of a, like a dock situation instead of, could it be fortified with retaining wall to be more of a fishing pier than a beach? Is that an option?
So I know there's an ongoing study on Sandy Beach, putting in a wooden pile pier that went out. That's something that has been permitted in other places on the river. And if that was the best use, there's a possibility that could be. We'll have to pass that message along to the land use who's doing that study on the future uses of Sandy Beach. Might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Mike Landers.
No, nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. So David, both this article and Article 14 make it sound like these appropriations will be held, like accumulated for a future anticipated expense. If that's true, where will this money be held?
So they keep the town accountant Rodney keeps separate. He keeps separate calculations of that. It's in the town's funds. However, he has it designated and an account number in our books that would show these accounts. Yeah. He can show you just how much is left in it.
Each warrant article is a freestanding appropriation, so the funds would build in this warrant article and be drawn down from this warrant article.
And so year after year, it can just stay there without any problem, right? I mean, I know that, for instance, we have revolving funds. These aren't necessarily revolving funds, but they're little savings accounts for particular purposes. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding it properly, that that's really what this is, putting money, accumulating it for what we anticipate as a future expense.
And Sally, you'll find a listing of those warrant article balances at the end of the warrant.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Paul Pollock, seconded by Michael Daly to move Article 13. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Opposed? Article 14, the Harbor Master Patrol / Fireboat. I think we're going to Steve for this one. Steve?
Yeah, I'll take this one. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This was an article, a small appropriation was made last year for this. And what we know is that this boat is the oldest piece of equipment we have in operation. It's a 1987 hull. We nearly lost it last year. We had some issues with the hydraulic arms that lifted the prop, so we would have been unable to use this boat during low tide last year. The initial estimate to fix it was prohibitive. Lucky for us, the mechanics in our DPW garage came up with a way to lift the piece to do the repairs, so we were able to get the boat back in the water. But we know it's near the end of its useful life. It's time out of service, and its repair bills are growing each year. So the cost of a new vessel, and this is part of our public safety fleet. It has fire suppression equipment on it. We use it for distress boats and things of that nature. Is around $225,000. The partial appropriation, number one, we don't have enough free cash this year to fund the full boat. Number two, there are opportunities that come along where we may be able to buy a used boat from another government agency. We had a very exciting spring this year. Our harbor master, Chris Sanborn, found a like new Boston whaler hull in Florida. We submitted a bid through the federal surplus website. We were actually the winning bid, but in some twist of federal law, when the bidding period closes, federal agencies have the opportunity to come in, see who won, and then swoop in and take them away, which wouldn't really fly in Massachusetts under 30B. But the hull that we had bid $7,000 on was ultimately, I think, taken by Cape Canaveral. So NASA wanted it. But that would have been an opportunity where we could have bought a hull that had been marine inspected. we could have powered that hull with $80,000 in engines, transferred over much of the equipment from this boat, and for less than $100,000, we would have had essentially a new boat. So those opportunities don't come along very often, but that's something that Chris and his staff monitor. So that the approach here would be to try to fund the first half of the boat this year, and as much of the boat as we can next year, knowing that if an opportunity came along, we'd be able to react to it in real time.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun.
Thanks, I have no questions.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
So I guess in this particular issue, for this particular article, it doesn't go back to free cash if we don't use it because we've designated it as a multi-year potential.
Yep. So this would stay in this account until it's either deappropriated or spent.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Gina.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Michael Daly.
Just keep on searching. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Ted Blake.
No questions.
Thank you. Paul Pollock.
Yes, Steve, if we're unsuccessful in locating a used boat, would we therefore, because of the age, and I don't know how you can get any more use out of this boat, but would we then move towards a new possession, brand new, and how would we finance that if that ends up? Is that the only option we have if we, at some point?
No, so the third reason this fund or the purpose of these funds. So number one, we would be partially funding the purchase of a new boat, which would happen either next year or the following year, depending on how this boat fares in the upcoming season.
So you're going to try to get it past one more season at the worst.
Yeah, we'd like to get it. We think we can get another year out of it. So
okay.
if we have a repair that needs to be made that is not, each time the boat goes out of service, we have to evaluate whether the repairs required are worth making on the boat. So obviously, if it was if there was an issue with the hull or the power was lost, we probably would not invest more money in this boat. But if it were a minor repair, this would give us an opportunity to keep the boat operational until we can fully fund it or find a suitable used boat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Sally Kearns.
Just checking. This is one of how many Harbor Master vessels?
I want to say there are two that are used predominantly. Dave, this is the largest boat we have.
So they have 2 patrol boats and then one which is a pump out boat.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Gina McCusker, seconded by Michael Daly, to move Article 14. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Great. Article 15, Water Facilities Capital Improvements. Well number 2. Dave Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well number 2 is our well located up off of Buxton Road behind the cemetery. We rehabilitated that, put a green sand filter in back in 2002. We did an evaluation of both well number 1 and well number 2, put a capital plan together. The critical thing that we need to do right now is to change the green sand media at well number 2. We also need to replace 2 pump controls and make some small changes to the HVAC system. So the cost of $311,500 is needed. We cannot use the well without doing this work.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun. Excuse me, Sally Kearns. Pardon me, Sally Kearns.
When you say extraordinary repairs, David, you don't mean that they're extraordinarily expensive, but they're extraordinarily important because you can't.
Extraordinarily important, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul? Lose Paul?
CR, I'm having a problem getting him off mute. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. In the meantime, we can go to Ted Blake.
No questions.
Great. Mike Daly? Gina?
No questions, thanks.
Mike Landers?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun?
Thank you. So, well, two, they're all that long. Why are we needing to do such a big project there in a fairly short period of time? Maybe I'm misremembering.
We found out that we actually, on the green sand media that we're replacing, we actually got 3 years more out of it than people usually do. So it's the green sand is past its useful life, even though we just did the plant over in 2002. So it's what some call routine maintenance. You need to plan for it. But once we replace the green sand, we'll put replacing it again into our capital plan in another 15 years from now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. And let's just try Paul Pollock again and see if we can get him.
CR, it looks like he dropped from the call.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to ask Colby to call him on the phone and get him set up again.
okay, great. Thank you very much. In the meantime, why don't we move on with a vote? I have a motion from Mike Landers, seconded by Mike Daly, to move Article 15. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Article 16, Water Facilities Capital Improvements. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 16 is our water SCADA system. This is our system that connects all of our various water facilities and allows us to communicate with them. Alarms go back and forth over this system. We can control and monitor and make sure all the parts and pieces are working correctly, such as, is the level in a reservoir correct? Is a pump station working right? Is a treatment pump putting in the right amount of chemical? In the past, these systems were done with copper phone lines with controllers on the end. Now we can upgrade that. Our engineering and water division staff have put together a very good program. Although $230,000 looks like a large amount of money, the first plan that we saw was over double that cost. The staff really looked at coming up with a system that will work, that's economical, and we need to be able to modernize our communication.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun?
Thank you. So this $230,000, will it go towards, I don't know, computer programs or applications or phone line? What will it go towards, I guess?
It's radio devices that will go in each facility, connections to our actual different pumps, parts, and pieces, and then also the software to get the information back.
So there'll be devices at each location that feed information back to the central spot?
Correct. Yep, and then that's transmitted remotely for the people that keep an eye on our stations. In case an alarm gets up, they get an alarm at home.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sally. Mike Landers?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker?
How old is the system this is replacing? Is this an upgrade?
Yes, this is an upgrade. We had a mixture of some that were on the old copper phone lines that we have to take them off the phone lines. We had some old radios in certain places which are outdated and we can't get parts for. So it's an upgrade of existing systems. And we do get better functionality out of the new system now with new technology.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Daly?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Paul Pollock is not back on the call yet. Sally Kearns?
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Ted Blake, seconded by Michael Daly, to move Article 16. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Article 16 passes unanimously. Article 17, Water Facilities Capital Improvements GIS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our town GIS system is managed by our town engineer, who is constantly updating, he and his staff, upgrading it and working on it each year. It's used by all town departments, from the assessor to the clerk, everybody, all town departments. They've been watching the cost to actually redo the flyover of the town in order to get new and more accurate maps. It's been time to do it for a while. The costs have dropped, and we've got a very good quote. And we found that our maps that we're using are outdated, and we're recommending that we do a flyover of the town to create a new mapping base layer. With the GIS system, we can't simply use Google Maps or other online maps because they are more accurate and they're actually tied to survey points on the earth so that we can connect our assessor's maps and all the other town mapping. We can connect it to and turn it into actually engineered plans.
Thank you. Sally Kearns.
So the total appropriation would be $77,000.
That's correct.
And this one is divided between water retained and sewer retained. Is there any real significance to that? I'm just kind of curious.
They're the primary users of this material, even though GIS is used by other town departments and such. They're the primary users of this material, of this information. It's tied right to our water and sewer models, and they're the primary users.
Okay.
That's why we use them as a funding source.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Sally. Ted Blake.
No questions.
Thank you, Ted. Michael Daly.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Landers.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. So if I'm reading this correctly, the last time we did this type of mapping, it was 1997.
Correct.
So now we'll be updating all of this mapping to now, obviously. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. We have a motion by Mike Daly, seconded by Gina McCusker, to move Article 17. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The article passes unanimously. I did receive a text message from town meeting member Bill Bates asking that I declare whether or not all of the votes thus far have been unanimous. All of the votes have been unanimous with the exception of one abstention during the vote on Article 2 or 3. Article 3, the electric division budget, member Landers abstained on that vote. The rest of the votes have been unanimous, and going forward, I will declare whether or not the vote is unanimous. Article 18, wastewater facilities improvements, the Crane River.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first and most important of our sewer or wastewater articles. This is the sewer line which crosses the Crane River. It crosses up near 128, right behind Hood Terrace. It crosses on an old wooden trestle that was damaged in a number of winter storms. We've done emergency repairs to keep it attached. However, we need to do new wooden piles and connectors and redo this river crossing before we have a catastrophic failure.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mike Landers?
We certainly can't have a catastrophic failure, so I'm in favor of this.
Gina McCusker?
Is wood the best material for this project? Seems like it could be damaged again.
I couldn't hear, what was that again?
Oh, you said you're replacing it with more a wood, another wood casing. Is that the best material?
We'll have to go through a permitting process to do the river crossing, and we believe the permitting process will require wooden pilings, which are used all over the river. We'll evaluate other uses. That's what we believe we're going to have to use, and that's the strong problem. If we could use some other system, metal, but we believe the permit's going to require wooden.
What's the useful life on something like that? I mean, it depends on weather, but
Yeah,
how many years?
I think we've gotten over 50 years out of the one that's there. So
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Daly?
I don't have any questions on this, but as an aside, for the Crane River, Are we still, is there somewhere in here we're gonna be talking about sheathing up the embankments so that we don't lose any more land, particularly along John George Park and so forth?
So we've been working throughout the year with a design and working with many meetings with the DEP about the John George Park, that bank stabilization. We've presented to them how we've tried twice to get that bank to stabilize, and it keeps eroding. And proposed to put a riprap slope there, like has been used elsewhere in the river. Right now, we've got nothing but pushback from the DEP. They do not want to see a riprap banking along the John George Park area. We're continuing to work on that project, and the latest we've done is investigate grants and say, well, if you want us to do it your way, then give us a grant to do it your way. And we're exploring that avenue. We're trying to turn over every leaf that we can to find a way to get them to approve stone there, which we believe is appropriate and will work. We have not gotten approval yet, not for lack of trying.
Okay, and you're looking at the stone solution rather than the special fiberglass or plastic sheathing that was done in Salem?
Yeah, as far as I know, I'll have to check a little bit more. As far as I know, the plastic sheathing wouldn't be appropriate for our use, but I'll have to check on that. Because we don't want to do any more, we don't want to have a vertical wall there. We need a sloped wall, but I'll have to check a little bit more on that plastic sheathing and just see why that won't work.
Thank you. That's all.
They want it to be a natural banking, really.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thank you. Sally Kearns?
No questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Sally Kearns, seconded by Ted Blake to move Article 18. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Article 18 passes unanimously. Article 19, the wastewater facilities improvements, low-pressure sanitary sewer system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although the town is 99% sewered, we still have a select few homes here and there around town that are on old septic systems. The septic systems have worked, so they haven't, in some cases, haven't tied into the sewer, or there's no sewer there to tie in. On Dyer Court, right off Holton Street, numbers 3 and 4 had septic systems. They've both been identified as failed systems, and there's at least one of the houses which is trying to sell their house or has sold their house. We have a betterment system in our sewer regulations, which would allow us to put a low pressure sewer line down Dyer Court. The town would pay for it up front. They could connect to it, and then the two residents would split half the cost of it. They would pay half, the town would pay the other half. This would give them a sewer connection like other people have in town. They still would have to have a pump in their house that pumps out to this, but it would be a connection.
Thank you. Sally Kearns?
I would definitely support this. I'm wondering the betterment process, and I am familiar with it in other places. Does anyone else in town have to pay to tie in? Is it always the case, or only upon sale, or how does that work?
So whenever we get a request from residents to put sewer, we ask them to send us a letter saying they request sewer on their street. If a majority of the residents that are affected by it are in favor of it, then we do a design cost estimate, get them an initial approval from them that yes, they want to do it. Then we propose it to town meeting.
What percentage of the town is not tied into the town sewer system? About 1%, you said, right?
Less than 1%. Yep. Very few.
Thank you.
The last one we did, I believe, was up off of Sunset Drive, which was just a few years ago.
I think it's in the town's best interest to have home on a sewer system. I think environmentally it's better. So I'm glad to see that that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Thanks, Ted. Michael Daly?
All set. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina McCusker.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Landers.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Why? Don't worry about it. Thank you.
Looks like we're getting Paul back on the call. Sally Calhoun, any questions?
So from what you just said, Dave, the betterment is not assessed to the homeowners until the sewer is installed, until the connections are installed?
Correct, and after we know the actual cost. This is an engineered estimated cost. They only pay 50% of what the actual cost is after we get the project finished.
50% because it's divided between two households?
So so it's 50% town, 50% divided by the two houses. Correct.
Oh, okay, so the homeowners each would pay a quarter of this possibly.
Correct. In this case.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. Paul, welcome back to the call. We're on Article 19. I don't know if you have any questions.
I've been listening and watching on TV. I've answered all my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have a motion by Ted Blake, seconded by Sally Kearns to move Article 19. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 19, wastewater facilities improvements, Greenleaf Drive Sewer Station. Dave.
Replacing the Greenleaf Drive station is something we've been trying to get to for a number of years. It's an existing sewer pump station that is at the end of its useful life and is going to be needing replacement. Because of new additions to the sewer system, we have an opportunity to do a cross-country line and replace this system with a gravity pipe that will be buried down in the ground. Once we have a gravity pipe, we can remove the old station, everything flows, and it eliminates all of our maintenance costs for that. The gravity pipe would go off of Greenleaf Drive, behind the nursing home, and over onto and connect onto College Pond Drive. This project, it's expensive. It's very similar that we've been asking for an authorization of $1,280,000. It's very similar to the cost of what it would be to replace the station. Yet, once this is done, we would not have any maintenance costs. This would be borrowing, but we would like the authorization to borrow it and get the design going on this cross-country line.
Thanks, Dave. Sally Calhoun.
This will be eliminating the system that's in place now.
Correct.
Okay, that's the only thing I was wondering. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers.
And because it's replacing an existing system that has been there, there is no betterment that would be applied to the residents there.
No, we actually, the town will have to work to acquire 3 easements. We do have to cross 3 places of property. We have to change 1 easement and acquire 2 others. So part of this project will be bringing back a request for easements back to town meeting. We've included the costs of obtaining those easements in the project estimate.
Thank you. I'm good.
Thanks, Mike. Gina?
What are the maintenance savings by this project?
I'd say when stations are new, they probably cost $3,000 to $5,000 a year to maintain. Then when they get old, they become $15,000 to $20,000 a year to maintain, depending on pump replacements.
So the current sewer budget probably includes the maintenance of the old system. But hopefully next year, those costs will go down.
Correct. There's a couple line items in that budget that go up when the pump stations get older or when they get newer or replaced. We see those line items come down.
Okay. My only other question is, last year we had a ton of water and sewer projects, and this year it still seems like there's a lot of projects. I know our water and sewer rates went up this year a little bit. Are we going to have another rate increase in the near future?
So all the articles that we've proposed to you in this warrant will fit out of retained earnings. They will fit and maintain our 10% policy.
Okay.
We actually had one water project we were able to turn back some money that we found a different way to do it and that helped the retained earnings on water. So this by itself, these projects, we don't believe will cause a rate increase. On the other side, we're watching, just like on electric, we're watching our water sales to see what water sales do this year to make sure we hit revenues with sales.
Okay, thank you.
I want to jump in for 1 second and make sure we clarify. When we had our rate hearing last year and we had our significant increase, we talked at that point about, as David said, sales have been declining. So part of the rate increase is simply offsetting our inability, it's a combination of the permit restrictions from the DEP and the fact that the weather in the last couple of years has not helped us with our water sales. And the point that was discussed by the commissioners last year at their hearing was they would much rather be recommending, 2% increases a year to keep up with the fact that, the cost of things increase rather than having it be flat for a number of years and then face a significant increase like we did last year. So last year was catching up to get ourselves back into a better place in terms of our retained earnings position. And we hope we're on a more stable trajectory moving forward.
Thanks, Steve. Was Mike Daly next? I believe Mike Daly is next.
I have no questions. Thank you, Sierra.
Thank you. Ted Blake?
No questions.
Okay, Paul Pollock.
Sierra, I might have missed something, and I apologize if I'm asking a question that's already been asked. But David, because of the school closings and the stay-at-home orders, etc., have you seen an increase in water usage just over, let's say, the middle of March to the present time?
Slight increase in residential use, big drop in commercial.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm all set, thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Sally Kearns.
All set, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mike Daly, seconded by Sally Kearns, to move Article 20. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Moving on to Article 21, wastewater collection, maintenance, flushing, and cleaning sewer lines, and CCTV inspections. Dave.
Article 21 is a program that we've continued for a number of years. This is to allow us to clean out and inspect our sewer lines. Number one, it makes sure it helps us keep them at capacity, make sure they're functioning properly, and it also keeps us in compliance with regulations from DEP about how to maintain our sewer system. We have been around the town once with this inspection process since it began, and now we're starting back over again in the eastern section of town.
Thank you. Sally Kearns.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Pollock.
I'm all set, thank you, Sierra.
Thank you. Ted Blake.
No questions.
Thank you. Mike Daly.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Gina McCusker.
All set, thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Landers.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. So David, with this $200,000 appropriation, how much of the town do you expect to be covered?
It takes us about, last time it took almost 10 years. So it would take, I believe it's between 7 and 8 times this to get around the whole town. So if we did $200,000 a year for 7 years, it would take that. So it's 1/7 of the town of that.
So this is something that the goal is to do once every 10 years for any particular piece of piping or length of.
Yeah, last time it took us about 10 years to get around. That's what we've set about the same. And that's about what the regulation, that's what the regulations call for.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Ted Blake, seconded by Mike Landers, to move Article 21. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Article 21 passes unanimously. Having completed the several articles on wastewater facilities, it seems like an ideal time to take a break. It is 8:11 now. Why don't we regather at 8:20? So we have 9 minutes, and we will move on to Article 22 at 8:20. We'll see you in 9 minutes. Thank you. to Article 22, the Downtown Improvement Fund. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 22 is, I think we described it for the selectmen, it's kind of the crossroads of a couple of different efforts in recent years. When town meeting approved the 40R zoning in 2017, the town qualified for $200,000 in incentive funds through that program to be used for improvements to the downtown. And with the first units of housing, those funds become eligible once housing starts in the district. So that's happened. And last year, the selectmen started the process to become a complete streets community, which qualifies the town for certain grant funding for streetscape improvements and enhancements to vehicular and pedestrian projects. And so for the last 2 years, the 40R funds have been part of our certified free cash. We've been tracking those, but in order to be used for improvements in the downtown, they need to be moved out of free cash and into a standalone article. And the recommendation here is to move the first $70,000 of the $200,000 currently in free cash into this account. Town engineer Stephen King and our Director of Planning and Economic Development, David Fields, have been working on applications through the Complete Streets program, as well as looking at some other funding sources to start to make some of the improvements that were contemplated in the zoning that was passed in February, including improvements along High Street in terms of cleaning up some of the curb cuts and drives and streetscape environment. And so moving these funds now would allow for the town to leverage grants from the state. This would be some of our matching funds. It would allow us to cover some of the design work on some of these improvements. And there would be a later appropriation once additional projects were identified to move the remaining funds in. There was a question asked by Selectman Trask at the meeting on Tuesday about whether a portion of these funds could be designated or earmarked for affordable housing. And that's a question. We have a call set up at the staff level to speak with the town attorney, and we're going to report back to the selectmen on that front. The new zoning does have mechanisms in it, you probably recall, that trigger contributions into the Affordable Housing Trust when developments occur. But we need to look at specifically with the 40R funds whether that's something that can be done. His suggestion at the board meeting, just as a conversation starter, was 10% of the funds, which would be $20,000. So the remaining amount would be 130,000 of the 200. So that's a question that we could circle back to once we have some clarity on. Probably not for this town meeting, but that's a question that we'll explore.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun.
Well, the question I had was, in the narrative, it says the funds would be appropriated for survey design and bid for public realm improvements along High Street. And I was going to ask for examples. Now, you mentioned curb cuts and drives. Can you give any more specifics as to the type of stuff that might be included in this?
Dave, I don't know if I do not, Sally, off the top of my head. I know that they've been working on applications, and that's what came up quite a lot along that stretch on High Street. Was the number? It's the sidewalk is uneven, and the number of curb cuts. There are driveways all along that space, and so part of the new zoning imagined improving that, reducing the number of curb cuts and cleaning it up. But Dave, I don't know if you're more familiar with that application at this point.
Yeah, it's at the beginning stages of that, but obviously every time you drive by, you can see it's a mixed match of some old driveway aprons, new ones, curb, and there's an idea just to get it only driveway aprons where we need them, improve the sidewalk, and keep some parking there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. Mike Landers.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker.
Sally asked my question. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gina. Michael Daly.
I think people have cleared up the information I needed. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake.
Did you say that 10% of the 200K would be earmarked for affordable housing or 10% of this 70,000 appropriation?
The question was whether 10% of the 200,000 could be transferred to the housing trust, and so we're going to explore that with council and report back to the selectmen. But that's not what's
So
recommended.
what we're doing is agreeing on the 70,000 to be used for the general survey and design.
Correct.
With the starter. Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Thanks, Ted. Paul?
I'm all set, Sierra. My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And Sally Kearns.
Same, all set, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Sally Kearns, seconded by Paul Pollock, to move Article 22. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 23, building improvements. I imagine we're going to go direct to Dave Lane for this.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The building improvements article tries to fund those projects which cannot be afforded or done under the DPW operating budget. We break it up by buildings, and we'll kind of stop every so often, I guess, through this, Mr. Chairman, for questions. The first category is kind of our miscellaneous buildings. Project 1 is our Rotary Pavilion down by the Mill Pond. Last year, we did work with the Rotary Club and our staff to get the pavilion open. We had to patch and do a lot of repair work. We found a lot of rot in the fascia boards and the roof joists. We really need to get in there and do more of a major repair. And we also have to get underneath the structure to do repairs to the steel foundation. The cost of the work we propose is $10,000. This will be a combination of our labor, our in-house labor, some contractor, and buying some materials. The second item is similar to what we have in the schools. This is building modifications, $25,000 appropriation. This is for changes to town offices and town buildings that we don't know of. Program changes, employees change, rules change, things that we have to do throughout the year that just occur. We fund this. We will be funded by this account. The third item is down at our 95 Hobart Street garage. We're keeping our steam boiler going. However, we need $5,000 of work in the burner head and some other parts to it just to keep the existing boiler going. Stop, Mr. Chairman, or keep going?
Okay, why don't we keep going and we'll ask all our questions at the end.
Sure. Over at the Peabody Institute Library, the carpeting on the second and third floor. If you go up there, there's many places of the carpet that are in very poor condition. And we also have the reference desk was moved. We've got a gap where the reference desk used to be with not good carpeting. It's a big project. However, we believe it's important to the library to make it look good and also get rid of some tripping hazards. The estimated cost of the carpeting was $50,000, and it would be commercial grade carpet tiles. If we had a stain, we could actually get a tile up and put a new one in that we would keep in stock. At the library also, we have a trash room downstairs, the trash area, and the door to the trash room, it's a commercial door and frame that's rotted. We can't fix it anymore, and so we need to replace that door and frame at the cost of $5,000. If we jump over to the elementary in the schools, the Riverside School, we have been doing a carpet replacement program where we're taking the carpet here. The library putting carpet in the schools, we're trying to get the carpeting out. This is the old 1996 carpeting from the renovation. We'd like to take out 25,000 square feet of carpeting, put in vinyl tile. When we do this, we also work with the school. They provide throw rugs in the corners of the classrooms where children need to be on the floor. If we did this 2,500 square feet, it leaves another 2,500 in Riverside to do, and then we're done there. The estimated cost of that is $15,000. Also at Riverside School, we have the fire alarm, the annunciator panel, and the equipment that calls the fire department and such, and some of the strobes. They do not synchronize. It's outdated equipment. We've worked with the fire department. They've recommended we replace it. The cost to replace, we're not going to rebuild, we're going to replace that fire alarm panel and the system at a cost of $35,000. Over at Great Oak, the door on the side of the building where the teachers park, It's got a lot of corrosion rust on it. We've tried to repair it. We just can't repair it anymore to get it so it locks and is secure and dependable. So we request to replace that side door at a cost of $10,000. This is an exterior door, the one you see when you drive up. Also over at Great Oak, we still have the steel partitions from the renovation project. They're getting in poor condition now. At our other schools, we've used the PVC panels. They work great. They're easy to clean, and it seems like we're going to get a long life out of them. The ones at Holton Richmond are still good. So we request funding to replace the bathroom partitions for $26,000. Also over at Great Oak, when we did the boiler over, we have the option to use it on either fuel oil or natural gas. We've never put the natural gas line in. What we would request is $25,000 so that we can run a new 4-inch gas line into the school. Now we can choose to use oil or gas depending which one is more economical. Right now, natural gas prices are less than oil prices. The last thing on page 13 is the classroom modifications. This is similar to the town request, $25,000 to make changes to those classrooms that are not known yet. The program changes, we need electrical upgrades, we need other things that have just not been thought of yet. Up at the top of page 14, the Vi Gym. We were able to bring that floor back to almost brand new condition when we renovated the high school. That was 7 years ago. It's already time to refinish the floor. So we'd request $12,000 to do a refinish of that floor. We don't have to sand it all the way down this time. It's a light sand and screen and then refinish it. The recommendation we had was to do it every 5 years. We've gotten 7 out of it. The concession stands at the high school. We tried to build the building, and we know we had to look at the budget dollars on that project. We did the concession stand without heat. This is causing issues in the shoulder seasons when we're trying to stay open past Thanksgiving or open early in the spring. We've had freeze-ups in the building, and we're having extensive corrosion in that building. The water's just dripping off of every piece of metal in the building in those shoulder seasons. We've tried to avoid this. However, we believe it's prudent to have some heat in that building. This isn't anything to keep it 70 degrees. This is just heat to keep it from freezing, dry out the building, and the estimated cost would be $15,000. We'd only use the heat when we absolutely need it. The next item is in the school parking lots. We're working around town through the electric division to replace our private parking lot lights. We'd like to start doing the ones in the school parking lots. It's $15,000, and this would be funded through our electric division conservation line item. Over at Endicott Park, we have 3 projects that were proposed last year. They had to be deferred due to funding limits. One is to do the rubber roof on the existing equipment garage. This is the garage that's furthest back into the corner behind the hay barn. It's a 2-bay garage that we did work on the walls and did the overhead doors over, or the vehicle doors over. We would like to do a new roof on that existing building for $12,500. We have the visitor center door and windowsill repairs. There's a number of these windows and doors that they have rot. We've been trying to get to it to repair that. We would like $10,000 to do the repair. That would be a combination of in-house and outside labor. And then in the offices and the conference room, the floor is well past its useful life. We would like to replace that flooring and rug at a cost of $8,060.
Thank you, Dave. We'll start with Sally.
Hopefully I didn't go too fast.
No, you were great. Thank you. Sally Kearns?
So go in reverse order, I guess. The lighting upgrade in parking lots. I don't question necessarily the usefulness, but based on the light quality of the new streetlights, which I think are extremely glaring and too bright, I'm wondering if I lived across the street from one of the school parking lots, would I think that this is such a great idea? Or are they gonna be incredibly bright white LED lights that are just on all night, and is it necessary?
Yeah, we went through quite a process to select what color or temperature, they actually call it, of the streetlights would be when we went to LED and tried to pick a happy medium. And we actually get complaints both ways. These lights, when we get into an area where we think residents can be affected, we'll be able to put an adjustable light in that we could turn it down if it was affecting our neighbors or our butters poorly. We'd have to keep a minimum amount of brightness, but we'll be able to keep it so some of them are adjustable.
Okay, and then moving along, I support heat in that little concession area. I think that's a small investment to help make things at least comfortable for parents who volunteer in the concessions. I have a visceral reaction, I'm sure I'm not alone, to the idea of a gas line going into any school. I guess perhaps just that's, our history. Does every school have a natural gas line versus oil option? Is this unique to Great Oak School?
So Great Oak School has a multi-fuel boiler. At the Holton Richmond, that's a multi-fuel boiler. When we did the high school over, we made a decision not to have an oil tank, and the high school is only natural gas. So we can only use natural gas at the high school. We cannot use old crude oil. Smith School, when the Smith School is done, that will only have natural gas. We're not putting an oil tank up at Smith School.
Okay. And on the classroom modifications, I have to ask whether these will be addressed at all. Will they be used to address overcrowding where that exists, whether, either by a little modular add-on or something? Is that what you're referring to, or are these just wall partitions I'm seeing? I'm thinking, of course, of Highlands, which is perennially overcrowded, not enough classrooms.
So with that account, each year, before the school year begins, we meet with the superintendent and business manager and look at their priorities. They select what the priority is, whether that's overcrowding in a school, it's an electrical upgrade. We work together. They establish what the priority is that we need to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sally. Paul Pollock.
Yes, David, well, first of all, the town buildings, I applaud the repairs to the Rotary Pavilion. They're maybe a little long overdue, but
yeah, I agree.
The work that has to be done. And moving on to the elementary, middle schools, high schools section, with the Great Oak multi-fuel boiler gas line extension, the boilers can use either oil or gas, apparently, now. Is this an option that when you get the gas line in, is it something you decide on a year-to-year basis whether to use oil or gas or switch over? Or what are your options as far as oil versus gas, and how frequently can you or would you do that? Or would you just go to gas once you got the gas line in?
So my staff prefers to go a couple months before we make a change, but we could do it on month to month if we had to.
Really? And that would be based on price of
yes.
The fuel, correct?
Yep. We do have to use a minimum amount of oil, because the tanks, we have to keep the tanks active. So we got to make sure we hit those numbers.
Okay. And then another question with the schools was the building modifications. I believe it was, classroom modifications. Just curious, can you give any specificity to the schools that would warrant these type of modifications, or is it too broad or too small, big or small type projects?
It's actually different every year, and it's in July. We meet with the superintendent, like I said, and see what their priority is. Okay. And they usually save a little bit of that account for an emergency that pops up during the year.
Right.
It changes every year. For example, one year they needed to change a classroom into a library at the Highland School. That's what we funded for.
Right. And just the last one, I know 2020 hindsight doesn't do us any good at this particular stage, but I was just surprised that when the stadium was built. I mean, I don't know. I was involved with the project to some extent, but not not that type of planning. That's for public works. But I just was surprised that we didn't heat it. I guess it sort of hit me, this one little item. I know we're going to do it now. Curious, did we have money in that budget at that point? Do you have any recall that we?
If you remember, we never thought that concession stand was going to be expensive as it was. If you remember, we had to go to bid 2 or 3 times on it, and it kept coming in way over budget. And we didn't realize we were going to have $1 million concession stand. So every time we went out to bid, we'd have to put value engineer items to cut. And so heat was in there at one time, but we had to look at how can we cut this down to get it under the budget.
Oh, you had to cut it down because you had to get rid of the club boot boxes and all that. Well, anyway, no, I understand. It just sort of caught me a little off balance. That's all. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you, Paul. Ted Blake.
David, if you use last couple of years' prices as any indication, what's the payback period on the gas line extension? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. I was grabbing for my calculator to say.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
I'm just gonna stab. We probably use. We use we use so say if we use 5,000 gallons, if we were able to save $1 per gallon, then it would be a 5-year payback. I think that's a really conservative thing. So I know when the building superintendent did the numbers on it, he looked backwards, and he was less than 5 years on a payback.
Okay. I guess the other question: who controls the heat at the high schools? I know you said you keep it at 32 degrees, but what's the chance that somebody cranks it up and Thanksgiving, and then the thing's still running at 60 degrees 3 weeks later?
Oh, it's going to be controlled by the buildings division, DPW. They're the only ones, when they unlock the building, they're going to be able to control the heat. I don't think we're going to be able to get an automatic controller on there, but it'll be in the locked closet where the heat control is. We'll be doing it.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Michael Daly.
Yeah, I hope that when you do repair the pavilion behind the library, that you use pressure-treated wood or AZEC board or something that'll keep it lasting for a long time. Evidently, well, just a suggestion. Other than that, the rest of the repairs look okay to me. Thank you.
We're in full agreement.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker.
Has anyone obtained a quote to replace the entire pavilion, as it does seem like it's in pretty tough shape? Is that far beyond the 10,000?
We have not gotten a quote to do a full replacement. This work is really emergency repairs almost. There's a lot of rot. There is more work to do. So we're going to put a plan together, and we're working with the Rotary Club on what do we need to do to get this thing in tip-top condition and get it so it's durable. We need to replace the railing system isn't durable. It's not a commercial grade railing. I still think when we get it to commercial, I don't think it's going to even come close to what a whole replacement cost is. But when we get the next phase of what do we need to do to this to really get it in tip-top shape, we'll get a number on what a replacement would be. It's probably a $50,000 item to replace it.
Okay. Did the Rotary raise funds to build it to begin with?
Yes, they did. Yep.
Okay. Great. And then just chiming in with everyone else, I think if we had to prioritize projects, I would probably put the gas line to Great Oak as a pretty low priority, just based on cash flow and payback period. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Mike Landers.
Dave, so is that the original Vi-Gym floor that was put in there when the high school was originally built?
Could you guys hear? I couldn't hear him.
Is that the original floor in the Vi-Gym?
Yeah, so it was the original floor, and when we did the renovation, we didn't know what we were going to find, and we checked it, and it had never been sanded down. We were checking to see if it was going to take another sanding. It had never been refinished like we did it. We did it. Its first refinishing when we renovated the high school. So it's the original floor.
Yeah. It's funny because I'm almost positive I remember it being refinished when I was there. And I for some reason remember that when that was done, which would have been obviously in the early 80s, there was a concern that they could not go any farther because you were going to start to hit the nails. But obviously you guys have looked at it and it's fine.
Yeah, so that's we heard the same exact thing about, oh, you're not going to be able to sand that floor, David. We're going to hit the nails. And when we went down and checked it, we actually took a piece out, before we got to sanders, and just found they've just done layers and layers and layers of poly on top of that floor.
Sally Calhoun?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Michael Daly, seconded by Ted Blake, to move Article 23, building improvements. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Moving on now to Article 24, grounds improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the first item on grounds improvements is one that it's back before us again, the dog park surfacing and the ADA improvements at the dog park. DPW has worked with the recreation and the planning department and the dog park committee to look at the issues out there. Everyone knows when it was built, it had, once again, the numbers had to be cut back to fit the Stanton grant. What we found is that the slope of the dog park is too steep to be able to hold back the special stone that you use, a special kind of pea stone in that thing. So we're getting erosion of the stone. It's washing down. It's exposing metal edges. And also, we just don't have good ADA accessibility. We did appropriate some money a few years ago towards this, and we've looked at what we need to do at that dog park. And to get it in good shape, where we don't have erosion of the top, where we have an ADA path going in there, we need an appropriation of $60,000, which would combine with $35,000 as a grant from the Stanton Foundation, $10,000 from the Friends of the Dog Park, and $15,000 from the previous money that we had appointed to maintenance of the dog park. The plan we put together, our engineering division's done a really good job putting a plan together on doing these improvements. DPW would be the general contractor. We'd oversee the work and get it done so it's in a cost-effective manner. And we believe it's important. Everyone, a lot of use at the dog park, and these issues just seem to really need to be addressed, both ADA and the erosion. The next thing is we have a walkway to the visitor center at Endicott Park, which it's not handicap. It provides handicap access to the visitor center. So we need to do that. It's the other side, the paver walkway. Put it with a granite border like we've done on the front side at a cost of $17,800. Rail trail maintenance and surfacing. This is we try to put a small sum of money in each year so that we can work on the rail trail, do some surfacing, some drainage pipe, whatever's needed. This year we request $8,000 that we would spend on the rail trail. Over at Sandy Beach, we all know we've talked earlier about the study that's going on at Sandy Beach. We don't exactly know what's going to happen there. However, the fence along our side property line is in poor condition. We're not being a good neighbor right now. It's rusty, it's old. We believe it's a good thing for the town to replace that fence and be a good neighbor, and the cost of that is $16,570. Over at Hobart Street, same thing. We have a piece of our chain link fence, some wooden fence at the entrances to the garage that are in just poor condition. They make it look not good, and we would like to appropriate $4,900 for fencing improvements over at the existing DPW garage. The Woodvale Playground, which is over there on Cabot at the corner of Burley. Originally, this structure was proposed to be replaced. It's a 20-year-old playground. Obviously, even at the end of last year, we were in a cash crunch. We looked at the playground. The posts of the playground have a lifetime warranty to them. What we would propose is to replace the plastic pieces. We have 2 or 3 of the plastic pieces already broken, a number in poor condition. And so we believe we'd spend $20,000 and just replace the parts and pieces that are worn on the existing structure. We're going to get a few more years out of that. Over at Finney Field, we had a set of handicap bleachers that we had to take away. They were old, outdated, and in poor condition. We'd like to buy a new set of accessible bleachers for that field at a cost of $2,500. And then we have been doing our water bubbler replacement system. We're getting those around town, and we would like to replace the water bubblers at Lawrence Street and at the Plains Park Playground. That water bubblers, they would be funded through our water use mitigation program, a WUMP program which goes towards water conservation.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun.
Thank you. Thanks for your good descriptions, Dave. I gotta say, $120,000 to improve the dog park just shocked me. It's, as you say, it's only 4 years old, and I should have gone back through budget years to find out what the town invested initially 4 years ago to create this park.
So I believe the costs were all done through the grant from the Stanton Foundation originally. And so we're limited by that amount.
So this problem with the ADA accessibility and the erosion, well, let me begin with the erosion. Was it because it wasn't properly planned?
I believe it looks, when we went back and researched what happened, and it looks like when they did the grades of the park, it was to try to be cost effective, and at the time it appeared the grades would work. It just hasn't worked with the amount of rainwater that flows through there.
And the ADA accessibility was something that I would think should have been built into the park when it was built.
It was on the original plan, and once again had to be cut out to meet the budget. So the ADA, you can go in just a short ways, but you can't get up anywhere up into the park at all.
And Sally, the project, it was a $300,000 project. 90% of the funding came from the Stanton Foundation, and almost all of the local match came from private fundraising. The town oversaw the project, but it was built. The Friends of Dog Park raised their 10% match mostly, and then it was supplemented by the Stanton Foundation grant. And so, as David's right, some of the scope didn't fit into the final project cost. The ADA access is not technically required, but it's something that the committee has remained very focused on, and that we've had requests from the community on. So those improvements would make the park accessible. It's not a requirement to do the ADA component, but the continued washing out of the stone has created uneven terrain, and in some cases, some dogs have cut their feet on some metal that gets exposed there. So this is to shore up that. But so some of the project elements didn't fit into the project budget when it was completed 4 or 5 years ago.
I mean, I just have to say I'm shocked at this expense in a 4-year-old park. I wouldn't be doing my job, I don't think, if I didn't at least call it out. It really concerns me. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
I think in this particular year, I would hope that all of these items, although none of them individually would result in any type of cost savings that could be significant going forward, but as an entire amount of in excess of about $130,000, I would hope that we don't begin these projects until after we're sure in September or October of where our budget is. Because it appears as though that for the most part, these are all things, although we would not want to delay them, and I, as a former member of the Recreation Committee, I understand how important it is to try try to make these improvements. But I think that $130,000 may be something that we could use and may want to use in another fashion if things do get bad later in the year. That's it.
The message
Thanks, Mike.
received.
Thanks, Mike. Gina?
I second what Mike says, just in terms of the current climate and possibility of being able to delay some of these projects if they're not absolutely necessary. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike Daly?
To piggyback onto Sally's request there, I had a dog. I don't have one anymore. I never used the dog park, but can David or somebody tell me approximately how many dog licenses there are in the town?
Not this, David, but
If you wait a few minutes, Mike, I imagine I'll get a text message from Joe Collins and I'll answer your question.
Okay,
The
because
most entertaining part of the virtual meetings is getting the text messages from the department heads several minutes after the question is asked. So hang in there and I'll answer your question for you.
well, okay, well, people aren't going to like it, but the suggestion is that maybe we have to go up $4 or $5 on the licenses, and we take some of that, let them, share the burden, because $60,000 is a lot of money out of free cash. Sorry to be a Grinch, but that's all I have.
Thanks, Mike. Ted Blake?
I think like everybody else, I have a little bit of sticker shock at the dog park. Can you, David, can you break, and I am a new dog owner, so, but anyway, can you break down roughly what you think the proportion of the project, the cost of the project's going to the ADA accessibility and what's going to the improvement of the retaining wall and the drainage and resurfacing issues?
If you look at the engineer's estimate, about 2/3 towards the drainage, 1/3 towards ADA.
And is there any savings engendered by doing those contemporaneously?
Oh, so that when I said that we're going to be the GC of the project, we're gonna bid out the different parts of the items under our bulk bids. We're hoping to do it less than this cost. We'll see, but we've got to budget what we think it's going to cost and see if we can't cut it down. We're going to do everything we can to cut that number down.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would echo what everybody else said. If we're worried about how things are shaking out later in the year, that's a pretty good one to delay if we have. I mean, I haven't been to the dog park. To the extent that we have to make some tough choices later in the year, I'd totally understand if that was chosen. Put it that way.
Mr. Chairman, may I, not to lengthen the discussion, but may I jump in for a moment and share part of what I shared at the introduction when we had our selectmen's meeting 2 nights ago. The points that are being raised here are points that we are also concerned about. And I did a little bit of analysis before the selectmen's meeting. If the warrant as presented is approved, we will go into fiscal year 21 with roughly $4 million in our general stabilization fund. We will have $1.2 million remaining in free cash, which are both part of our unassigned fund balance, and we have a policy in place where we aim to maintain at least 8% of our operating revenues there. But then when we look at the capital projects that have been proposed, including vehicles and projects like the dog park, across the entire warrant, there's close to $860,000 there in free cash expenditure. So between the general stabilization, the unassigned, the remaining free cash, and some of these capital projects that could be timed accordingly, we're north of $6 million in what I would call, funds we could access in the fall. There would be repercussions if we had to do that, but we're prepared for that. But I guess the point is, something like the dog park project could easily easily delayed to the spring, and we would have access to funds in the fall if necessary to respond to whatever we're facing at that point. And just as a percent, that would be about 5% of our operating budget between general stabilization fund, remaining free cash, and capital projects yet to be started, in addition to some of the other items we talked about as part of the budget review process last week.
Thank you. Ted, was that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Paul Pollock?
Yes, thanks, Steve, for the review of the selectmen part of it and some of the concerns about these projects. When and maybe when they will not start. I'm going to stay away from, well, I guess I'm not. Dog park thing, what I was shocked at is that now you had to have the ADA access just to get into the park. Is that what you're basically saying? Is that what it was, David or Steve?
Correct. That's the requirement, right?
So beyond that point where there was access, at this point now, I believe you're going to extend it at some point. So there's further access, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's admirable. I believe they should have access, number one, folks who need it. Getting back to the 95 Hobart Street, and not really the fence project. This is just me. Every year we keep hearing about one of the big projects that's looking at us in the face down the road. And the Public Works Department, is that Steve, this is directed at you, I guess. That is a project we're going to be looking at some point down the road, correct?
I think, yes, the selectmen identified that as an objective for the current year that they wanted to start exploring. That obviously has been delayed a bit. I think if this were a normal spring, we likely would have started that process. We have started to look at the town-owned properties, and we will also look at private properties as part of that preliminary work. But there's been a placeholder in the capital plan for as long as I've been Danvers. It's generally a $25 million plug in our out years. So yes, it is on the horizon, and I think if we're leaving the years a bit fuzzy at this point, it would be the next big project after the Smith School. So yes, it's definitely on the horizon.
What I was driving at eventually is, are we looking to rebuild on that specific piece of property, or are we looking elsewhere? Well, how are we looking at this thing at this point?
David can speak to that. That property is not suitable for what we're doing, but David could probably provide more of the history of what we've looked at.
In the 90s, the town did a design on how it would fit, how the DPW would fit on the Hobart Street property, and it's really trying to shoehorn too much in. So I think the preferred option would be to try to relocate that somewhere else. And the first part of the DPW facility that the manager has worked on already with the mapping, town and lot, is where would it go? And the other issue we have is on the electric division. We have our electric division that floods out with all of the 50 and 100-year storms. That's a very important thing to move that also. And we'd like to move that with the DPW. So the first step would be a land or a committee to look at where best would a DPW facility go. We do not think it's going to end up on Hobart Street. We think it's too crowded and really not the right place, but we want to let the process evolve.
Thank you very much for answering those questions. Thank you, Sierra.
Thank you, Paul. Sally Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the questions that Sally Calhoun raised and others have chimed in. It's a very expensive project. On the other hand, a lot of the money for that project was raised privately by the people who really wanted a dog park. So it seems as though something went awry in the, I don't know, planning, drawing, engineering, something or other. And it sounds like it's kind of washing away. So I don't know. I agree that there's a climate that we have to acknowledge here. And any of these that can be put on hold, I don't think I would go so far as to recommend that we reject this. What percentage was paid privately, Steve?
Almost all of it. So the Friends of the Dog Park, there were $30,000 in local funds. I believe the majority of that had been raised by the Friends of the Dog Park. And at some point in time, the Stanton Foundation actually reached out to Dave Mountain to alert him to the fact that this funding stream existed. I think a former executive from CBS has funded a lot of dog parks and canine programs throughout the country, and somehow the Friends of Danvers Dog Park ended up on their radar, and one of their members of their development team reached out to us to say you should apply for this grant. So the 30 became 300 when that happened, but it was almost entirely private funds. We obviously, we staff it and we maintain it and we put the bags out and do a lot of other things. But in terms of the capital cost, it was almost entirely private.
Okay. Okay, well, I can, that takes a little bit of the sting out of it. I hope others, I don't know if other people agree. My question on fences was going to be, has the town approached the abutters, particularly at Sandy Beach? Because if I'm remembering, I think that chain link fence has a lot of shrubbery obscuring it, which is a good thing because it's, a chain link fence. So are the neighbors good with it? Are they hoping for this, or would they be just as glad to have the town not bother doing it and we could put it on the back burner for a few years?
So when that was proposed to us by the recreation department, we heard that the neighbors had, one of the neighbors had complained about the fence. It was looking for a replacement. So it came from that. And obviously we'll go out and we would meet with the neighbors again before we started any fence replacement project and make sure we do it in such a way that we're a good neighbor and they like the end product.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Mike Landers, seconded by Michael Daly, to move Article 24. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. 25.
Drainage work, $25,000 worth that we would fund through the sewer retained earnings. This is for drainage repairs that fall outside what we can do with our normal operating budget. We already have a long list of repairs that are needed, a number of catch basins that we need to do, some culvert work, and we have a culvert project over on Adams Street, which actually did not make the budget, had to be cut. We need to get working over there to do something to start working on that before we get into a real project. We have bankings that are falling into the brook on Adams Street.
Thank you. Sally Kearns?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul Pollock?
No questions.
Thank you, Paul. Ted Blake?
Questions?
Thanks, Ted. Michael Daly?
All set.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker?
No questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Mike Landers?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Michael Daly, seconded by Ted Blake, to move Article 25. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 20.
I'll take that one.
Sure.
This is the article that reminds us all of Dave McKenna every year. He would vote against it each year, but the state does require that if they're going to make drainage improvements along state ways in your community, you have to vote this at your town meeting, releasing them from any liability for damages they may cause. So it's an annual article. It requires approval of town meeting before the state will do their work on the highways. Not much more to say.
Thank you. Sally Calhoun.
Questions, thanks.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Daly.
No questions.
Thank you. Ted Blake.
Questions?
Thank you, Ted. Paul Pollock.
In the spirit of unanimity, I'll say no questions.
Well, let's see if we can keep that going. Sally Kearns.
If I did have questions, I'd post them at the state level, so I'm good for now.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Ted Blake, seconded by Paul Pollock, to move Article 26. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The article passes unanimously. Moving on to Article 27, the reestablishment of revolving fund accounts. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we jump into that, Mike, we charge $20 or $25 for our dog license, depending on whether the animal is spayed or neutered or not. And the ballpark number is around 1,800 licenses in town. That's a guess because we don't have access to the person with the answers, but based on the revenue divided by the price per license, that's the ballpark we're in.
Thanks, Steve. You can move on to Article 27.
Great. Article 27 is the reestablishment of the revolving funds. These are accounts that are overseen by a number of departments. By law, they have dedicated revenue streams, and what town meeting votes on each year is the upper limit of the funds that can be expended out of those accounts. If less revenue comes in, then the ability to spend drops accordingly because you cannot spend more than you take in. So these only, these are setting what the limit would be in terms of revenue generation and expenditure out. Each of them operates a little differently. Many of them come from private donations. Some, like the child care, come from fees and tuitions paid by parents who are sending their kids to programs. And they cover everything from materials to personnel to the full programs in the case of child care. I won't go through each of them because we see them every year. The one change you'll note in here is that the child care account, which covers Fun Club, is projected, or was projected, has been left at $690. That's up from $640,000 in the current year. As we all know, it remains to be seen where we'll be in the fall. But I'd be happy to take any questions or try to answer any questions you may have about any of these.
Thanks, Steve. Sally Kearns.
Right, these are all pretty straightforward. What happens if there's no programming? The money just, well, there's no programming, there are no fees coming in. So
yeah, so we wouldn't have any ongoing liabilities in these. If there's no program, there's no revenue, and there's no expense.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks, Sally. Paul Pollock.
I just looked at child care. Now, is that basically the same thing Sally just asked? There was a $50,000 increase in is that because of equipment, insurance, transportation increases, or is it more staff or more need?
It's demand. The program is very successful. In recent years, they expanded it. All 5 schools are served. And I believe we have this. I believe we have the Fun Club set up at 4 of the 5 schools, but all 5 schools are served by this program, and it's the increases are related to headcount and demand. We do have we do have some employees who are charged off to this account. So to correct a little bit of what I said, at this point we have no issues. But if halfway into the next fiscal year we were not running the program, not creating revenue, we would have to resolve the fact that we have several employees who are funded out of this, who oversee the program, and that particular account stands out in that regard. Obviously, the fire trailer is not an account that has an employee assigned to it, but we do have some employees who are funded out of the child care account. But in the short term, there's no concern there. And you can see, in actually Rodney we can speak to the balances if you're curious about what the balances are in any of these accounts.
Just to follow up on that, Steve, the last thing I would like to see was to see that program sort of fall back in any way. Now, if things got real tough, at some point in the fall or late fall, and being the state of the economy, etc., if the 50,000 were not available for some reason or other, would the program still be able to function?
Yeah, just to be clear, there's no appropriation made as part of this warrant article. This is only setting the limit. So there's no appropriation from free cash or anywhere else when this gets voted through. It simply sets up what the upper cap is that can run through the program. So the 690,000 would have to be revenue generated by paying parents who wanted to send their kids to the program. So if there's no program, then there's no revenue. So they wouldn't come close to the 690.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Sierra.
Thank you, Paul. Ted Blake.
So Steve, if I understand correctly, the revolving fund, it's almost like a working capital account for them to run the program.
Yeah, so the funds, these are non-lapsing accounts, so the funds remain with the program, and you have to have revenue in order to make an expenditure out, and they all function a little differently.
Right.
Preservation, for example, is a fixed amount that hasn't changed in years.
And the Fun Club is a net generator of revenue for the rec, right?
Yeah,
in a normal year.
It has been. Yep.
Okay. And so, I mean, I would, obviously, I should let everybody know my mother-in-law works for Fun Club for the town. So, I mean, I would guess that we don't need to be too worried here, unless if the schools are open. I don't see why working parents aren't going to need a place for them to go after school. If the schools aren't open, then it's the way we'll all deal with that when we get there.
Our 6-year-old misses Fun Club almost as much as she misses kindergarten.
And you were right. It's four schools, and they're working on opening the 5th.
Yep.
So that'll be soon. Anyway, that's it. I'll get off my soapbox.
Thanks, Ted. Mike Daly.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that this pandemic will subside so that you will be able to continue with this program, at least for this year anyway. I know we're not appropriating the money because it pays for itself, but I'm kind of doubtful whether you're going to be able to do it this year or not. But thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker.
Just a quick question. The water use mitigation impact fees, are those assessed to the resident? Where do the revenues come from?
Dave, do you want to unmute and take that one?
Sure, that is assessed when we have new development in town that adds water demand. They need to pay a fee per gallon for that new water demand on the system. So it comes from private developers.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Landers.
Did we ever, this goes way back, but are all the Hunt Hospital funds, revolving funds, and amounts taken care of? I know there was an effort quite a while ago to try to deal with that, but I just was always finally we were successful in getting those all closed out or applied to other things.
I think I missed the beginning of that, Mike. I'm sorry.
He was asking about the Hunt Hospital revolving accounts.
Ronnie, can you come off mute, or do you have that at your fingertips, or do we want to report back?
Yeah, I don't believe we have any existing revolving accounts for Hunt Hospital. I'd have to look into if there's any old trust funds or any other existing accounts that we haven't closed out yet. I know in the past, we've been trying to actively find ways to spend those accounts down while still meeting the mission of why they were set up, but we can look into that for you.
Yeah, it's interesting that even now, whatever it is, 20-something years later, we still have seemingly some money there. I do wonder if, I guess, to try to make an opportunity out of a very bad situation, if where we're at right now some of those trust funds might be applicable to public health endeavors that we're now faced with as a community.
Yeah, that's something we can certainly take a look at. I mean, we're not facing deficits at this point in the current year, and I think we're expecting reimbursements once we start submitting some of the expenses that we've incurred due to the pandemic. But we do report out all of the trust balances in, I believe in the audit is where those are reported. And we have in years past looked at trying to sweep some of the older ones and find like uses for them, because some of these trusts go back 150 years and may only have $28 in them. And so we've tried to reduce those where we can, because it seems we spend more getting them audited each year than exists in the accounts themselves.
Yeah, that was my thought. My recollection is there's no great windfalls left in there, but they're sort of a nightmare to deal with. And if we were somehow able to get some of those swept out, it would be of value to you guys going forward. So.
Yep, absolutely.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Sally Calhoun.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Sally Calhoun, seconded by Michael Bailey, to move Article 27. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 28.
Article 28 is new, and Rodney explained this to the selectmen, so I'm going to let him go ahead and explain it again to the Finance Committee. It's a small but important article for us this year and probably moving forward.
Thank you. So essentially in 2019, 2020, the Executive Office of HHS, the Department of Children and Families, and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education instituted a new reimbursement program. So this is when we transport foster care students to the schools. It's a potential for us to get reimbursed. In order to do that, we'd have to enter into an MOU. So this is asking for permission for the superintendent through the Board of Selectmen or the town manager to enter into an MOU. I believe our estimate for 2019-20, because we can retroactively get reimbursed, it's only about $6,000, but A, we'll take $6,000, and B, if this was to grow in the future, we'd want to be in a position to recoup those funds.
Thank you, Rodney. Sally Calhoun.
I have no questions. I'm glad they have such a thing in place.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers.
No, nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Gina McCusker.
Is this because no one is paying for the busing fees for these children? I'm just curious. So other families in town have to pay a busing fee, right? Is Danvers covering the cost for foster children?
I would believe so, but I'd have to check in on that one for you.
Okay. I'm just curious. It doesn't really matter. But thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mike Daly.
I have no questions.
Thanks, Mike. Ted Blake.
No questions.
Thanks, Ted. Paul Pollock.
I'm all set, thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And Sally Kearns.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion from Sally Kearns, seconded by Mike Bailey, to move Article 28. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 29, Debt Stabilization Fund. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a fund that it's appearing by a new name this year. It was originally set up as the High School / Middle School General Stabilization Fund. It then became the School Stabilization Fund. But in reality, our debt, when we budget our debt, those funds are all fungible. And really what this is used for is to offset peak debt years, which is a compilation of all of the debt we have at any given time. And obviously, if we're moving forward the DPW project in a couple of years, that will likely be the debt that we're shaving at that point. But by any name, what this account is used for, as I mentioned, is we try to build it up in advance of large capital projects, and then when we model our debt, we use it in those years to buy down the initial years when the debt payments are the highest. And so the recommendation this year, with the budget that was approved last week, we're using $2.3 million out of this account to offset some of the debt in the budget this year, and we'd be putting 785,000 back in. And that's likely a trend that we'll need to continue for several more years. I think we're 2 or 3 years now into our schedule with this school. So as we'll be taking out more than we're putting in, but we'll need to continue to fund it in order to get through the 6 or 7 year peak that we had projected for this. And so as you can see in here, the balance at the end of this year with the money coming out and this appropriation going in will be 2.81 million.
Thank you, Steve. Sally Kearns.
No, with each of these, the debt questions, and in the back of my mind is the revenue picture. So I'm going to trust that you guys are watching that and taking that into consideration. And I know that we have a history of, you have a history of, managing this correctly. But in the back of my mind is that worry of, how much can we afford to put aside into a stabilization fund? And then I had asked you earlier about rainy day fund, and is that a thing anymore? And I don't know if you want to address that.
Yeah, I can try to address that a little bit. So we have we have an OPEB trust, we have the debt stabilization fund, we also have the general stabilization fund. The trust, when you set up a trust, it's a little more complicated to access funds, but in a terrible year, you could access funds in the OPEB trust to offset some of your healthcare costs. So the money that goes into these accounts doesn't become lost and inaccessible. They would be accessed the same way that they're appropriated in. So town meeting would have to vote to take them back out again. These are assigned because when you put it into the debt stabilization, you're identifying what you plan to use it for. But as long as we have a debt budget each year, we have an expense that we can use these funds to offset. So we could liquidate this next year if we had to, and apply all of it toward our debt budget for that year, for example. Similarly with the general stabilization. In the next article, if the FinCom votes to move the last $1 million in free cash above our policy into general stabilization, it actually becomes easier to access during the year than if it were left in free cash, because as Rodney pointed out earlier today, free cash is usually not, this year is an exception because the DOR is going to allow towns to access their free cash. But typically once your fiscal year starts, that free cash is inaccessible until it gets recertified in December or January. So by transferring the funds into the general stabilization fund, they become available to town meeting if needed mid-year. So we do have areas we can go to. It's never ideal to be relying on your reserves to balance your budget, but you used the term rainy day fund. I didn't, and that's exactly what was contemplated when that term came about. Was you need to have money set aside in a reserve, just like we have savings accounts at home, so that if there's a situation that requires you to access it, you can access it. So between the capital projects that we will be delaying and the funds we have on hand, we do have areas to look to in the fall if things are not, if things have not improved.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul?
Yeah, Steve, just as a refresher, I know we talk about this quite a bit when we meet the Smith School project and the amount of money we've borrowed for that project, but are we well within I know we are within what our debt limit wants to be as a town? Somewhere in the 6 or 7%. Is that what we are right now?
So we've set, we're right around 6%. Rodney probably has that at his fingertips. I know that, we've set our stated debt policy, I believe, is 10%, which is in order for the town of Danvers to get to a 10% debt, we would need multiple overrides to even get close to that. We've always managed a pretty low debt profile. We're a little higher than our norm right now, but that's because we're at the beginning of funding a school project. So that number typically will wend its way back down to 4 or 5% and then find its way back up to 6% again. So we're well within all of both the statutory limits and our own self-imposed policy limits. on our debt load. We have a relatively low debt profile.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks, Paul.
CR. That's it.
Thank you. Ted Blake.
So Steve, what like in last year's warrant articles, what was this fund referred to as? The school stabilization fund?
Yeah, it was set up in 2000, and it was labeled the school stabilization fund. So we're generalizing. This is a more generic term, but essentially that fund has always been used to offset part of our debt budget.
Right, and it seems like we've sort of renamed it in a little bit in advance of perhaps needing some funds for the DPW project.
No, the name. I mean, the name doesn't really make any difference because, again, if we have a $6.9 million debt budget, we're applying $2.3 million out of this fund to offset that cost, but we never actually identify which projects we're applying it toward. So it's
okay.
I think to the outside world, it's a little more transparent to describe it as the debt stabilization fund because that's effectively how it's been used since 2000.
Okay.
In the eyes of the audit, I think the term wouldn't make any difference to anybody from the outside looking in to see.
No, yeah, I get it. It's more like I don't want to say marketing, but it's more how we're framing the appropriation to the town meeting. You know what I mean? So if we've been, we've got 2.8, if we put 785 in there, we'll have $2.8 million in there. That's been framed as school stabilization. I think it's a minor point, but I totally hear what you're saying. It's cash that can be, it's going to the debt no matter how you slice it. Money's fungible. I get that point too. Okay, that's it for me.
Thanks, Ted. Mike Daly.
Yeah, I believe these stabilization funds are a good tool that was established years ago by the previous regime and some other selectmen. So I think it's a good idea. It is getting a little confusing though by changing the name back and forth. Maybe we ought to try to keep the same name for a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker.
No questions, thank you.
I'm good if you wait for me.
No, waiting on Gina.
Questions, thank you. I said no questions, thank you, sorry.
Okay, sorry. And Mike Landers is good. Sally Calhoun.
Yes, I've got just a couple things. I am a little concerned because initially this fund, when it was called the High School Middle School Debt Stabilization Fund, if I'm remembering the history correctly, it was on the eve of the middle school renovation, and the effort, the intent was to avoid a 2.5 override or debt exclusion, which it was clear the town wasn't going to accept. So this concept came in that would allow the town to fund those huge school projects, the middle school and the high school, by sticking money in this fund year after year and then using it to shave off the peaks of the debt load. It wasn't for general debt of the town. It was for debt involved or associated with school construction and improvement. So of course it makes perfect sense that now the Smith School was in it. I'm concerned by broadening it, we're taking it away from what its initial intent was. I don't know if that is significant to people generally, but it's a misnomer to say that this was intended, created to fund debt over time. It was specifically to fund school construction and renovation debt. So things can change and evolve over time, certainly. But let me ask you this question, and maybe it's just because it's so late and I don't know the answer off the top of my head. This article is recommending $785,000 coming into the fund, and that after making this addition, the balance would be $2.81 million. and I should remember this and I just can't, have, with this budget, this year's budget, are we pulling money out of this fund this year?
Yes, we are. So there's current as of today, there's a little bit less than $4.4 million in the fund.
Okay.
So when the budget was approved, it appropriated 2.35 million out of the fund to offset our debt budget. And this article would then put 785 from free cash back into the fund. So the net, the year over year difference is it's going from around 4.3 million to 2.8 million. So we're a net decrease of about $1.5 million, which is part of the planned use of the fund.
So in our action this budget season, we voted to pull 2.3 million out of the fund.
Right.
And what's that 2.3 million being used for?
It offsets a portion of our debt budget, our
Yes.
total debt budget.
But is it the Smith School budget?
Well, this is where I think, if to be clear, I was not here in 2000, and if the renaming of the fund causes an uproar, then it'll be the School Stabilization Fund again next year. But just for example, the high school project was done in roughly 2009, hit the debt in 2012-ish. The town then approved about $13 million in capital improvements for town. They did the town hall renovation. Then they did, well, that was before actually, but the 13 would have included the HVAC at the library, the high school athletic fields, the new fire truck. That debt comes onto our debt load. The funds coming out of this account are offsetting the spiking of that debt. So this fund's been used even in years where school debt's been declining. So practically, yeah.
I understand what you mean, that the two projects that it was first crafted for, the high school, the middle school and the high school, are done now. I understand that. But in thinking about it in the context of taxpayers wanting to avoid a 2.5 override, or 2.5 Proposition 2.5 override, or Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion. I suppose that issue from 20, I can't believe that it's been 20 years ago. If those pressures aren't to bear anymore, I guess my worry is that, let's say the Smith School debt gets to a point where the town can't pay for it with its just ordinary property taxes and other receipts. I would just hate for a school project to have to go to, I would just hate to have the Prop 2.5 issue come up. The town is very resistant to that idea. I don't agree with that resistance personally, but that's why the town manager at the time went through such pains to create this fund, and it really helped. It helped generate public support for those huge projects. But that's past, again, as I'm trying to fumble for words, I guess that stuff really doesn't matter anymore. I just want to make sure that as the administration of the town and the finance committee and the board of selectmen keep in mind that I personally want to make sure the Smith School project successfully comes to completion.
And I would, Sally, I think that the point's well taken. I would never say that they're over and it doesn't matter anymore. I think what I would suggest is that the creation and use of this fund sort of set the template for how a community can manage large capital projects without requiring debt exclusions. And we had this conversation last year with the selectmen when we were looking at our various financing options for the Smith School. One of the options was to pursue a debt exclusion, which would have eliminated about $15 million in interest in the out years, and the decision was not to pursue that. So I think, as Mike said, it's really a tool. I mean, the debt stabilization fund or the school stabilization fund, whatever it's called, is really just a tool that we have. And you can turn that dial up or down depending on what's going on. I mean, it does follow the ebbs and flows of the debt budget, but it's one of the instruments that we have.
Well, this article is asking us to pour money, into the fund.
Yep.
And I certainly agree with that. And I must have I guess the questions that I'm posing should have come up when we were voting to pull money out of it for something that wasn't directly related to the school project. But that's behind us now. I just want to remind the historical aspect of it. So,
And I'd be remiss if I didn't offer a cautionary note here, because when we did our modeling for the Smith School, and we knew over a 7-year period how much money we were going to need to offset those debt years. The way that we have funded our debt stabilization or school stabilization fund historically has been through our free cash certifications. So there is a possibility next year that we have appropriated $677,000 out of our projected year-end surplus for this year's budget for special ed costs. That $677,000 would have become free cash next year if we didn't need it for special ed. We've adjusted our revenue projections as part of this budget. The conservative revenue projections we've done historically have resulted in free cash, which in turn allows us to refund, reappropriate into accounts like this. So we'll have a $3 million, roughly a $3 million balance going into next year's budget process. So even if we can't appropriate anything into it, we will still have resources to use as part of our budget process. But if that issue compounded itself for a couple of years, then we would not have the ability to refund it, and then we would have an issue, because then without the ability to use that fund, it causes a spiking in the operating budget. But we have a cushion there now, and we would hope to maintain that.
okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers, you wanted to follow up?
Because I was a little confused by it with as Sally went through it, but I just want to make sure that I have it correct. So ultimately, when we're dealing with the budget, the bottom line budget, we have a debt service in which the town meeting would vote to approve an interest and a principal payment for that particular fiscal year, which would give you the total budget. So I think that appears on page 43 as debt service, principal, and interest, with payments through debt stabilization, slip fees, blah, blah, blah. We also get a page on 32, which I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is more informational in terms of articulating what each one of those lines is. But as we found out today, when we removed a portion of that to go towards, very earlier today, to have a portion of that go to pay for the some of the special ed needs that we had. Ultimately, all that's as important is that bottom line principal and interest payment. So from that standpoint, I guess it makes sense that even though from a nominal standpoint, when we did this back in the early part of the 2000s, in order to be able to sell the school and in essence to be able to fund the school, high school and middle school initially, without a debt exclusion, which was not a very easy thing to do, we needed to come up with this. And at that point, I guess, as you said, for marketing purposes, the Board of Selectmen and the town manager made a decision to call it the high school, middle stabilization fund, and ultimately to change it when we started to go to other schools. But it seems as though that all that really matters is that money goes to offset the total debt. We can, in our minds, make a conclusion that it's helping to pay for particular school projects. But at the end of the day, all it does is reduce the total debt, which is everything. Am I right on that one, Steve?
Yeah, and Rodney offered something after this conversation started, just for context, that of our $6.6 million debt budget, $3.5 million of that is related to the high school and the Smith School. So the majority of our debt, typically, no matter where you are in our debt cycle, is going to be school projects. So in that regard, calling it the school stabilization was not a misnomer, but you're right that in reality, we're appropriating $6.64 million to support the town's debt service, which includes a fire truck, an HVAC system at the library, several school projects, and the like. And we use a combination of funds. And actually, if you have the budgets, Rodney emailed out the complete budgets. And if you look on, maybe not right now, but if you go to page 22 on your budget book, and you look at the table of appropriations, you'll see that summarized well. You'll see the different sources that offset our debt as part of the budget.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Any other questions? Great, thank you. I have a motion by, I have a motion by Gina McCusker, seconded by Mike Landers to move the article. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Moving on to the General Stabilization Fund. Steve?
I feel like we've indirectly talked about this one a couple times tonight, but just to recap, so the General Stabilization Fund is we appropriate money in, and town meeting can also appropriate money out. We've been, over the past couple years, we've grown this fund. It was at about $1.5 million a few years ago, and at the end of every warrant, once we've funded our capital projects, we look at the difference between our free cash policy, which requires that we keep 1% of our net operating revenue in free cash, and everything above that we've been able to transfer into general stabilization. And for the reasons we talked about a few minutes ago, this is an accessible source for us. It also, I think I mentioned free cash is a term that doesn't exist outside of Massachusetts. So when we're talking about our reserves, it's more easy to understand, just to point to the General Stabilization Fund and say that does represent the majority of the rainy day funds or the surplus or the reserves, whatever your preferred term is. So the recommendation here is to move $1 million from free cash into this account. It'll put our balance on July 1st at just over $4 million, which on our $107 million budget is roughly 4% of our fund balance. So roughly half of what our targeted policy would be. And over time, the goal would be to grow this so that it does represent the majority of our unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Steve. Sally Calhoun?
I have no questions, thanks.
Thank you, Sally. Mike Landers?
Just to sort of combine this one with the next one with OPEB, would there be a value from just administrative, again, if things get bad, I understand you did a great job of explaining that buffer that we have, which has been great, but would there be a value in putting the $400,000 that we're going to this year put into OPEB into the General Stabilization Fund, with an idea that, because I don't think we can get it out of OPEB once we put it in there, with the idea that we would then perhaps later on be able to put it in there if we do a secondary town meeting later in the year if things look better?
I'd say no for two reasons. One, the town has an established funding schedule for our OPEB. And so if we didn't fund it this year, it would, on the heels of a credit rating upgrade, to turn around and not fund the account would not be a good look. And I did mention trusts are a little more complicated, but we have retiree healthcare costs in our budget every year anyway. So if a budget year were bad enough, there would be a way we could access the trust to offset some of our healthcare costs. And again, if it were bad enough that we needed to do that, we would work with council to figure out how to do that. So I think we would recommend to keep funding the trust as we've committed to doing. Again, push comes to shove, we can access it, but we're not there yet.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Gina?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Daly?
No questions.
Thank you, Mike. Ted Blake?
Yeah, kind of along the lines of what Mike was asking. So, Steve, say next year we have like a 5% shortfall on property taxes, just due to COVID that we eventually think we're going to collect. It seems like our budgeting is very much cash based. So these stabilization funds, in that scenario where we have a 5% shortfall or even whatever number, multiple $1 million shortfall in property tax revenue collections that we view to be collectible ultimately, are we able to use resources like these to offset that on a cash basis in the budget?
Rodney's raising his hand, so I'm gonna let him jump in, but the answer, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, if we were in that bad of a cash flow position, we could. Luckily, Danvers has a pretty strong cash flow position, and with taxes, they're booked as a receivable. So technically, even if we don't collect them in the fiscal year, it's considered that we will collect them at some point because we have the option to lean if necessary. So again, right now our cash flow is good, but if we were ever down the line run into that problem, then yes, theoretically we could reappropriate into the budget.
So the way revenues are booked, it's not actually on the collections, it's on the assessments.
Just on real estate and personal property. Those are based on what's committed, not actually what's been collected.
Okay, that's great to know. Thank you.
But just to be clear, I think in that scenario, Ted, our first move wouldn't be to go recommend rating the general stabilization fund. It would be to cut costs. Right. Let's try to bring our costs down before we start looking for one-time revenues. But ultimately, yeah, we as Rodney said, when you look through our audit.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is if you know you're like that these taxes are ultimately going to be collectible, I'm not sure I would say that you should cut costs on what should be a transient disruption to our cash flow. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's when we talked about the budget last week, we were focusing more on local receipts and some of our, elastic revenue sources.
Yeah, exactly. Things that once they're gone, you're not getting back. I totally get that part.
All set, Ted?
Stop now, yeah.
Awesome, thanks. Paul Pollock.
Okay, not to belabor this, just to clarify, Steve, maybe earlier in the evening, I might have picked up, or maybe I misunderstood, but if we, as we continually year to year put money in OPEB, I thought I heard you say we could bring it out if we needed it for an emergency. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, I mean the purpose of the trust is that you're investing it and growing it, and eventually you start to use it.
Yeah.
So currently we're essentially pay as we go with our retiree healthcare costs. So we're paying all of our current retiree healthcare costs out of the operating budget, and we're setting aside funds into the OPEB trust. And at some point, the plan would be to start utilizing some of those. Otherwise, the cost would be too much for the operating budget to support in the future.
Those funds, the OPEB funds that you put in the trust, to draw them out, you're only going to draw them out to help with your health care costs.
Right. You would not draw those out to pay for police officers, for example.
Right. In other words,
or equipment or materials. You'd have to use it because it's in a trust. You'd have to be able to identify the use, and it would be. And that's what I was saying. We are always going to have retiree healthcare costs as part of our operating budget. There's always a line we can point to if we had to lean on them.
Okay, you cleared that up for me. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions, CR.
Thank you, Paul. Sally Kearns.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you, Sally. I have a motion by Sally Kearns, seconded by Michael Daly, to move Article 30. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. The article passes unanimously. Article 31, the OPEB Trust Fund. Steve.
I feel like we've covered this a few different ways. I'd be happy to take any questions you have on this.
Thank you. Sally Kearns.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Paul.
I do not have a question. Thank you.
Ted. Thank you. Ted.
Questions?
Thanks, Ted. Mike Daly.
No questions.
Thanks, Mike. Gina McCusker.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Landers.
No questions.
Thank you. And Sally Calhoun.
You've explained it all to us so well, Steve. I don't have any questions.
Thanks, Sally. I have a motion from Sally Calhoun, seconded by Gina McCusker, to move Article 31, the OPEB Trust Fund. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We do have an Article 32 on our warrant. It requires no action at this time. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I just want to say thank you all for, oh, wait, we're waving. Rodney Conley says no, we do have something to do.
There is one other item on our agenda tonight,
Oh,
which I don't have in front of me, so he reminded me of that agenda item. Thank you, Rodney. Actually, first, Rodney there were a couple of questions posed earlier that Rodney had answers to, if you wanted him to address those real quickly.
sure, that would be fine.
Sure. So the question on Hunt Hospital, all the easy money has already been closed out. There still remains some funds, but it's heavily restricted and would require deep investigation to determine how we could utilize those funds. And then on the foster care, so it's to pay, we currently pay busing costs. For example, if a child goes into foster care and is moved to another community, to bus that child into Danvers, currently the Danvers School Department pays those costs. So it would be to reimburse us for those.
Great, thank you.
So I'm actually not looking at an agenda, but I believe there was an item on our agenda to make a transfer out of the Finance Committee reserve as part of the FY20 budget.
I don't have a copy of the agenda either.
Well, it was properly posted online, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't print one out and bring home with me for our remote meeting tonight. But there is an agenda posted, and one of the items on that agenda is the need to make a transfer out of the Finance Committee reserve, and it is related to overtime costs in the fire department. We've had 3 long-term injuries and 2 retirements this year, and there's an item to move $75,000 out of the Finance Committee reserve into Rodney. Do you have the line in front of you?
That would be into the fire overtime line.
Yep.
And that would be because without that transfer, we wouldn't be able to make it to the town meeting without running into the red.
Okay, well, thank you.
That's why Rodney was waving his arms frantically in the background.
Well, it's important to make sure those people are paid. So I will certainly, I think it's fairly straightforward. Does anyone have any questions?
CR, it looks like Sally Calhoun doesn't. I've taken her off mute.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay, Sally,
Thank
go ahead.
Shouldn't this be incorporated in our special town meeting vote, Article 2?
So the issue is that in a normal budget year, Sally, we could have done this budget transfer at our May town meeting, but we won't make it until June 22nd in that account. So normally, this is a very atypical budget year. Normally, we would have our town meeting, and the Finance Committee reserve would be used for an expense that came up after town meeting and before the close of the year. So we would, you've had your town meeting in May, and rather than reconvening town meeting, you can use the Finance Committee reserve to make a transfer so that you don't have to pull everybody back together at the end of June. In this case, town meeting was delayed for mid-May. Our town meeting is currently scheduled for June 22nd, and we won't make it to the special town meeting on June 22nd before the funds in that account are gone, at which point we wouldn't be able to make payments. So we need to make the transfer from the Finance Committee reserve now so that we can make it through the end of the fiscal year and through the town meeting date.
Got it, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Jen, if you could unmute us all, because I don't have a motion prepared. Thank you. Is there a motion?
CR, I have a question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Not to belabor the point, but is this coming down as a warrant? Is this a specific? No, it's not. Okay.
No,
All
so
right.
this was the Finance Committee is authorized to use the Finance Committee reserve at any properly noticed meeting. And so there was an actual agenda prepared and posted for this meeting. It's online, and it does include this item. And as I mentioned, I didn't bring a copy of the agenda home with me, which is where I'm doing my remote meeting tonight. So little clunky. This is the world we're living in these days, but that is one of the things that you guys are authorized to do.
Let's move on.
So Steve,
You need a motion?
can I ask one question with it? Does that mean that normally that $125,000 appropriation that was made in May would in entirety go into free cash? This means that $50,000 will go into free cash, correct?
That's right. This is $75,000 less than less in free cash certification.
I move that we transfer $75,000 as requested from the Finance Committee Reserve.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you for the second, Sally Kearns. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. So I just want to say thank you all very much for participating in this very unique Finance Committee process. I know it wasn't the ideal, but I think we got through it, and I appreciate the diligent hard work that all of you put into to the process that we've been through over the last couple of weeks. And the town meeting is on June 22nd. I think in the spirit of social distancing, no one other than me really needs to be there. So you all get the free pass on attending unless we hear differently from legal counsel, but I don't believe that any of you will be required to attend. You're certainly welcome to be there if you want, or if you happen to be preparing a minority report, you would have to show up. But it's been a pleasure once again working with you all, and I appreciate your hard work. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Just before you do, I want to have say that it's a very grateful thank you to all the people that were involved in the Memorial Day program. I saw it twice, and both times I saw it, it was just very striking and very heartfelt. And thank you very much to everybody who put that on. It was a tremendous program.
I wanted also to thank Steve and Jen and Rodney and Colby and Dave Lane for all of your input in these last couple of nights, and also the masked man at DCAT. I'm sorry, I missed your name. With that, I'll move to adjourn.
Thank you, Sally. Is there a second? Thank you, Sally. All in favor, please say aye.
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 The motion to adjourn passes unanimously. Thank you all very much and have a great night.